Welcome, weary souls, to the realm of eternal rest, where even the strongest must lay down their burdens. Tonight, we trace the final moments of those who shaped the Jujutsu world, exploring how death came not as enemy, but as teacher, revealing the true measure of each soul through their last breath. These are stories of sacrifice and completion, of lives lived with purpose meeting their destined conclusions. Close your eyes and let the weight of their legacies guide you toward peaceful slumber, understanding that in death, even the mightiest find the rest that eluded them in life. The first deaths that carved themselves into the foundation of the Jujutsu world were not those of warriors or sorcerers, but of children whose only crime was existing in a universe where innocence offered no protection against the darkness that lurked in human hearts and supernatural malevolence. These were the deaths that taught survivors their first lessons about loss, that planted seeds of heroism in soil watered by tears, and that demonstrated how even the purest souls could be transformed by tragedy into forces that would reshape everything around them. Rika Orimoto was 11 years old when death came for her on a winter afternoon that should have been filled with the ordinary magic of childhood friendship, rather than the supernatural horror that would define her existence for years. Beyond her final breath, she had been walking home from school with Yuta Okotsu, her childhood friend whose quiet nature complemented her bright energy in the way that only the most genuine connections could achieve. Their conversation that day had been about simple things that mattered enormously to children their age, plans for the weekend and shared jokes that made sense only to them, the comfortable intimacy of friends who had never known a world without each other's presence. The car that struck her came without warning, its driver perhaps distracted by something trivial, perhaps simply unlucky in the cosmic lottery that determined which moments would destroy everything and which would pass unnoticed into memory. The impact was instant and final. Rika's small body no match for the mechanical forces that human engineering had unleashed upon the world. But in the seconds before consciousness faded, as Yuta knelt beside her broken form, calling her name with the desperate intensity of someone who refused to accept what his eyes were showing him, something far more powerful than the car that had killed her began to take shape in the space between love and loss. Her promise to marry Yuta when they grew up was whispered with the last breath that left her lungs, words that should have been forgotten as the innocent declarations of children who did not yet understand the complexity of adult relationships. Instead, those words became chains forged from pure devotion, binding her spirit to the world of the living, through connections that death should have severed but love made eternal. The 11-year-old girl who had enjoyed school festivals and shared lunches with her best friend became something else entirely in the moment of her passing. Consciousness transformed by grief so profound that it warped the fundamental laws governing life and death. The curse that emerged from Rika's demise was not born from malevolence or hatred, but from the most innocent of emotions twisted by circumstances that no child should have been forced to endure. Her spirit, unable to accept separation from the boy she loved with the complete devotion that only children could feel, became a manifestation of protection so powerful that it exceeded the capabilities of most professional sorcerers. Queen of Curses was the title that Jujutsu society would eventually assign to her, but those words carried none of the warmth and laughter that had defined her living existence, only the terrible strength that pure love could achieve when channeled through supernatural transformation. For years, Rika's cursed form would follow Yuta through his daily existence, invisible to most observers but terrifyingly real to anyone who threatened the boy she had promised to marry. Her protection was absolute and indiscriminate, eliminating threats with the casual efficiency of someone who had moved beyond normal categories of restraint or proportional response. The classmates who bullied him, the strangers who looked at him wrong, the everyday frustrations of adolescent life, all became potential triggers for manifestations of power that could level city blocks if left unchecked. But beneath the overwhelming force that made her feared throughout the Jujutsu world, the essential Rika remained unchanged. Still the 11-year-old girl who had loved simple pleasures and genuine friendship. Still, the child who had died before learning that promises made in innocence could become curses that lasted beyond death itself. Her final release, achieved through Yuta's emotional growth and acceptance of loss, was not destruction, but transformation. The curse dissolving back into the love that had created it, while the power remained to aid him in battles that she would never see but somehow understood were necessary for protecting the kind of world where children could make innocent promises without fear of supernatural consequences. The death that shaped Yuji Itadori's understanding of heroism came not with dramatic flourish or supernatural spectacle, but with the quiet dignity of an old man who had lived long enough to understand what truly mattered in the brief span of human existence. Wasuke Itadori lay in his hospital bed, surrounded by the clinical sterility that marked the boundary between life and whatever came after, his body finally succumbing to the accumulated weight of decades, while his mind remained clear enough to offer final guidance to the grandson who had become the center of his diminished world. The relationship between them had been shaped by absence as much as presence, Yuji's parents having vanished from his life in ways that left questions without answers and emotional wounds that only time and careful attention could begin to heal. Wasuke had stepped into that void with the determined competence of someone who understood that love was demonstrated through action rather than sentiment, that raising a child required patience and consistency rather than grand gestures or elaborate declarations of affection. The values that he had instilled in Yuji through years of quiet example were simple but profound, centered on the belief that strength was meant to serve others rather than elevate oneself, that helping people who could not help themselves was not obligation but privilege, that dying alone was the most tragic fate that could befall any human being. These lessons had been delivered not through formal instruction, but through the accumulated evidence of a life lived according to principles that prioritize service over self-interest and compassion over convenience. The final conversation between grandfather and grandson took place in the kind of hushed hospital room where families gathered to witness transitions that no medical technology could prevent or postpone, surrounded by equipment that monitored vital signs while being powerless to address the deeper questions about meaning and legacy that define such moments. Wasuke's words were carefully chosen to provide guidance that would outlast his physical presence, understanding that this would be his final opportunity to shape the moral framework that would guide Yuji through whatever challenges awaited him in a world that was far more dangerous and complex than either of them yet understood. His request that Yuji help others and avoid dying alone was delivered with the matter-of-fact tone that had characterized his approach to important conversations throughout their relationship. But the weight behind those simple words carried the accumulated wisdom of someone who had observed enough of human nature to understand what separated lives worth living from mere existence. The advice was practical rather than philosophical, grounded in the understanding that happiness came not from what one acquired, but from what one contributed to the welfare of others. The death itself was peaceful, the kind of gentle transition that families hope for when forced to confront mortality but rarely achieve in practice. Wasuke's breathing simply slowed, and then stopped, while Yuji held his hand. Consciousness, fading without drama or struggle into whatever silence awaited those who had completed their allotted time in the world of the living. But the impact of his passing was anything but quiet, creating emotional echoes that would influence every decision Yuji made in the months and years that followed. The guilt that accompanied his grief was complex and personal, centered not on anything he had done wrong, but on the recognition that he would now be carrying forward his grandfather's values, without the guidance and support that had made such carrying seem possible. The loneliness that followed was not the simple sadness that comes with missing someone beloved, but the deeper isolation that comes from understanding that certain kinds of wisdom can only be passed on through personal relationship, that some forms of strength can only be developed through connection with people who care enough to provide both challenge and comfort when circumstances require either or both. But the seeds that Wasuke had planted through years of patient example would prove more durable than the grief that initially threatened to overwhelm them, growing into the heroic impulses that would drive Yuji to consume Sukuna's finger without hesitation when confronted with the choice between personal safety and protecting innocent people. The grandfather's final words would echo through every subsequent crisis, reminding his grandson that strength without service was meaningless, that helping others was the only reliable path to avoiding the loneliness that had defined too many deaths he had witnessed during his long existence. The cruelest death in this collection of tragedies was perhaps that of Nagi Yoshino, whose only crime was loving her son with the uncomplicated devotion that defined the best of human nature, while living in a world where such devotion could be weaponized by forces that understood how to transform love into suffering. She had dedicated her adult years to providing Junpei with the emotional support and unconditional acceptance that she hoped would compensate for the difficulties he faced in a society that seemed designed to punish anyone who failed to conform to narrow definitions of acceptable behavior and social success. Her approach to parenting was characterized by trust rather than control, understanding that her son needed space to develop his own identity, while knowing that he could always return to her for comfort and guidance when the external world proved too harsh or incomprehensible to navigate alone. The kindness that she showed to everyone who entered her home was genuine rather than performative, reflecting someone who had chosen to meet life's challenges with grace rather than bitterness, despite experiencing her own share of disappointment and loss. The evening that Mahito chose for her murder was ordinary in every way that mattered. Nagi going through her normal routines of domestic maintenance and quiet preparation for whatever challenges the next day might bring. She had no warning of the supernatural forces that were converging around her family, no understanding of the cosmic significance that her son's psychological vulnerability had assumed in the calculations of entities whose malevolence exceeded human comprehension. Her death was not the result of any choice she had made or any action she had taken, but simply the consequence of existing within the sphere of influence of people whose power exceeded their wisdom. The method that Mahito chose for her elimination was designed for maximum psychological impact rather than efficiency, understanding that her death was valuable not as an end in itself, but as a means of manipulating Junpei toward the emotional state that would make him useful for the curse's broader plans. The finger of Sukuna that was planted in her home attracted a powerful curse that killed her with the kind of brutal efficiency that left no possibility of survival or rescue, transforming her familiar domestic space into a scene of horror that would haunt her son for whatever brief time remained to him. The discovery of her body was the moment when Junpei's worldview shifted permanently from disappointed optimism toward the kind of despair that made Mahito's subsequent manipulations possible. The woman who had provided him with unconditional love and acceptance was gone, replaced by evidence of violence so senseless and overwhelming that it shattered his faith in the possibility that good intentions could be protected from the casual cruelty that seemed to govern the world's operation. Her death became the foundation for every choice that led to his own destruction, the catalyst that transformed a sad but redeemable young man into someone whose pain could be used as a weapon against innocent people. But even in death, Nagi's influence persisted in ways that transcended the immediate tragedy of her murder, providing Yuji with insights into the kind of person that Junpei had been before grief and manipulation had corrupted his essential nature. The love that she had given freely and completely created echoes that helped others understand what had been lost when her son followed her into death, serving as reminder that behind every villain's transformation lay someone whose capacity for love had been turned into ammunition for forces that sought to destroy rather than create. The assassination of Riko Amanai represented perhaps the most politically significant death in the early history of the modern Jujutsu world, eliminating not just a 14-year-old girl, whose only crime was being born with the spiritual characteristics that made her suitable for merging with Master Tengen, but also destroying the careful plans that had been decades in the pade, making and fundamentally altering the trajectory of everyone involved in her protection. Her death was the pivot point around which multiple destinies turned, the moment when optimism about the possibility of fulfilling impossible missions gave way to understanding that some responsibilities were too great for even the most capable individuals to bear without cost that would reshape their essential nature. The burden that had been placed on her young shoulders was cosmic in its implications. Her individual existence made meaningful, not by personal achievements or relationships, but by her biological suitability for a sacrifice that would preserve the supernatural barriers protecting Japanese civilization from forces that could destroy everything that centuries of human effort had built. The weight of this knowledge had shaped her personality in ways that forced premature maturity, while she struggled to maintain the ordinary desires and dreams that should have defined someone her age. Her relationship with Gojo and Geto during the mission that was supposed to culminate in her assimilation with Tengen revealed depths of courage and emotional intelligence that exceeded what should have been expected from someone so young. Her acceptance of approaching death, balanced by determination to extract whatever meaning and joy remained available during her final days. The friendship that developed between the three of them during those brief weeks was genuine and mutual, based not on her cosmic significance, but on recognition of qualities that made her worthy of affection and respect, independent of her role as a vessel for preserving social stability. The request to visit her school friend one final time was the decision that transformed a manageable security situation into the crisis that ultimately cost her life. But it was also the moment when her essential humanity asserted itself against the institutional forces that viewed her primarily as a strategic asset, rather than an individual deserving of normal experiences. The conversation with her best friend was conducted with emotional control that was heartbreaking in its restraint. Normal teenage concerns about tests and social relationships taking on profound significance when viewed as the final expressions of someone who would never experience the adult life that such concerns were preparing her to navigate. The bullet that ended her existence was fired by Toji Fushiguro with mechanical precision that bypassed every defense that supernatural power could provide, demonstrating how even the most overwhelming abilities could be circumvented by someone who understood their limitations and possessed the tactical patience to wait for the perfect moment to exploit them. Her death was instant and final. Consciousness extinguished before pain or fear could register. The girl who had worried about mathematics examinations and wondered about romance meeting her end with the same abruptness that characterized most violent death regardless of the cosmic significance of the victim. But the impact of her assassination extended far beyond the immediate failure of the mission that had consumed months of preparation and political negotiation. creating psychological trauma that would influence every subsequent decision made by those who had been tasked with her protection. For Gojo, her death shattered assumptions about the reliability of strength as a solution to moral problems, forcing recognition that power, without perfect application, was insufficient to protect what mattered most. For Geto, the senseless murder of someone whose sacrifice would have served the greater good became additional evidence that humanity was too flawed to deserve the protection that sorcerers provided at such enormous personal cost. The ripple effects of her death would continue to influence events years later, contributing to Geto's philosophical corruption and eventual transformation into the genocidal villain who would challenge everything that Jujutsu society had built, while simultaneously motivating Gojo's evolution into someone whose strength approached the divine, but whose emotional connections remained tragically limited by the recognition that even he could not protect everyone who deserved protection. The 14-year-old girl who had wanted nothing more than to experience normal life became in death a symbol of everything that was wrong, with a system that demanded such sacrifices from those least capable of understanding what they were giving up. Misato Kuroi's death was notable not for its dramatic circumstances but for its representative quality, embodying the fate of countless individuals whose only role in supernatural conflicts was caring about someone who had been marked for elimination by forces beyond normal human comprehension. She had served as Riko's caretaker and surrogate mother since childhood, providing the emotional stability and unconditional affection that made the girl's acceptance of her cosmic destiny psychologically possible, while knowing that such service would ultimately require witnessing the end of someone she loved as deeply as any biological parent could love a child. The relationship between them had been built through years of shared daily routines and accumulated trust. Misato's presence providing continuity and comfort during the periods when Riko's awareness of her eventual fate threatened to overwhelm her psychological defenses. Her ability to see cursed spirits without possessing the combat capabilities necessary to defend against them made her valuable as a companion but vulnerable in ways that more conventional guardians would not have been, creating a situation where her love for Riko was both asset and liability depending on circumstances. Her murder by Toji was conducted off-screen with the efficient brutality that characterized his approach to eliminating obstacles that stood between him and his primary target. Understanding that emotional attachments made people predictable in ways that could be exploited, but also recognizing that such attachments represented genuine threats to operational success, if not addressed with appropriate directness. The fact that her death was not deemed worthy of detailed documentation reflected the casual disregard that characterized how powerful individuals treated the lives of those who served supporting roles in conflicts whose scope exceeded their ability to influence through personal action. But the absence of dramatic detail did not diminish the significance of what was lost when Misato died, representing, as she did, all the ordinary people whose dedication to protecting others placed them in positions where they could be destroyed by forces that operated according to logics that had nothing to do with moral desert or personal virtue. Her death served as a reminder that in conflicts between supernatural powers, the casualties were not limited to combatants, but extended to everyone whose lives had become entangled with those of the principles. That love and loyalty provided no protection against enemies who viewed such emotions as weaknesses to be exploited, rather than qualities to be respected. The final death in this collection of innocents lost was that of Yuhaibara, whose optimistic faith in the possibility that Jujutsu sorcery could serve as force for genuine good in the world was extinguished during a mission that should have been routine, but proved fatal due to intelligence failures that transformed expected challenges into insurmountable obstacles. His death was significant, not only for its immediate impact on his closest friend Nanami, but also for what it revealed about the institutional inadequacies that made such tragedies inevitable rather than exceptional. The brightness that had characterized Haibara's personality throughout his time as a student was not naive optimism, but conscious choice to maintain faith in positive possibilities, despite constant exposure to evidence that the world was darker and more dangerous than most people could afford to acknowledge. His enthusiasm for his chosen profession was grounded in genuine belief that the protection of innocent people justified the risks that such protection required, that the meaning derived from service to others was sufficient compensation for the abbreviated lifespans that such service typically entailed. The mission that killed him had been classified as Grade 2, well within the capabilities of students at his level of development when working in coordination with equally competent partners. The intelligence that informed this classification proved catastrophically inadequate, the curse that they encountered being far more powerful and dangerous than preliminary analysis had suggested. The local deity, whose malevolent spirit had been underestimated, possessed capabilities that exceeded not only their training, but their theoretical understanding of what was possible at their current level of experience. His death occurred despite Nanami's presence and best efforts, demonstrating that even perfect teamwork and tactical competence could prove insufficient when facing opponents whose power had been systematically underestimated by institutional authorities, who made life and death decisions based on incomplete information and optimistic assumptions. The fatal injuries that he sustained were beyond the healing capabilities available on site, his consciousness fading, while his partner was forced to witness the failure of everything they had been taught about preparation and mutual support as reliable methods for ensuring mission success. The impact of Haibara's death on Nanami was immediate and lasting, shattering his friend's faith in the institutional structures that had sent them on missions without adequate preparation or support, while providing him with first-hand education about the costs that accompanied even the most well-intentioned efforts to serve as protector of those who could not protect themselves. The serious demeanor that would characterize Nanami's adult personality was forged in the aftermath of this loss. Optimism replaced by pragmatic assessment of what was actually possible rather than what idealistic training had suggested should be achievable. But perhaps the most tragic aspect of Haibara's death was how thoroughly it validated the concerns that had always existed beneath his cheerful exterior. The recognition that their chosen profession demanded sacrifices that no rational cost-benefit analysis could justify, except through appeal to moral obligations that transcended personal welfare or conventional understanding of reasonable risk. His final moments were not filled with regret about choices made, but with sadness about experiences that would remain forever unexplored, relationships that would never develop, and contributions that would never be made to the ongoing project of protecting humanity from forces that sought its destruction. These deaths of the innocent and unprepared created the emotional foundation upon which the more dramatic tragedies of the Jujutsu world would be built, establishing the moral stakes that gave meaning to later conflicts, while demonstrating how random and senseless loss could be transformed through memory and dedication into motivation for choices that honored what had been destroyed. Through circumstances beyond anyone's control, the children and non-combatants who died before their stories could reach natural conclusions became in death the teachers who educated survivors about the weight of responsibility and the price of failure. their abbreviated existences serving as constant reminder that the battles fought in shadows had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate participants, to touch every life that depended on the success of those who chose to stand. Between innocence and harm, the bonds that should have provided strength and solace became instead the instruments of destruction for those whose trust was misplaced and whose love was exploited by forces that understood how to transform the most noble human emotions into weapons of psychological devastation. These were the deaths that taught the cruelest lessons about the world's fundamental indifference to good intentions, demonstrating how even the most carefully cultivated relationships could be corrupted when one party possessed power that exceeded their wisdom or moral development. The transformation of Suguru Geto from idealistic protector to genocidal destroyer represents perhaps the most tragic example of how philosophical corruption could consume someone whose initial motivations had been pure and whose brahmation, dedication to the welfare of others, had once exceeded that of his more celebrated peers. His journey from beloved student to wanted criminal was not the result of sudden revelation or dramatic betrayal, but rather the accumulated weight of experiences that gradually eroded his faith in humanity's worthwhile, convincing him that his extraordinary abilities obligated him to impose solutions that ordinary people were too weak or stupid to implement themselves. The seeds of his eventual corruption were planted during his student years at Tokyo Jujutsu High, where his curse manipulation technique required him to literally consume the malevolent spirits that threatened human civilization, taking their hatred and malice into his own body, in a process that was both physically revolting and psychologically damaging. Unlike his classmates who could exercise curses through techniques that maintained clear separation between themselves and the evil they fought, Geto's approach demanded intimate contact with forces that sought to corrupt everything they touched, creating a form of pollution that accumulated over time despite his best efforts to maintain spiritual hygiene. The intellectual framework that had initially sustained him through these challenges was built around the concept of noble sacrifice, the belief that his willingness to endure such contamination was justified by the protection it provided to people who could never fully understand or appreciate what he was sacrificing on their behalf. His conversations with Gojo during their student years had reinforced this perspective, their shared commitment to using exceptional abilities in service of those who lacked such gifts, creating a philosophical bond that seemed strong enough to withstand any external pressure or internal doubt. But the mission that destroyed this framework was not a dramatic confrontation with overwhelming evil, but rather a routine assignment that exposed him to the casual cruelty that ordinary humans could inflict on those they perceived as different or threatening. The village where he encountered children being tortured and imprisoned simply for possessing cursed energy was not an aberration, but rather a representative example of how non-sorcerers responded to supernatural phenomena when they believed themselves safe from retaliation or accountability for their actions. The two girls he found locked in cages were not dangerous criminals or corrupted individuals who had chosen to align themselves with malevolent forces, but simply children whose only crime was being born with abilities that frightened adults who lacked the imagination to respond to difference with anything other than violence. Their treatment at the hands of people who should have been protecting them revealed the fundamental hypocrisy that lay beneath society's claims about protecting the innocent and caring for the vulnerable, demonstrating that such protection was conditional on conformity to narrow definitions of acceptable humanity. The rage that consumed Geto as he witnessed the aftermath of such systematic abuse was not irrational emotion, but logical response to evidence that contradicted everything he had been taught about the value of the people he was risking his life to protect. The philosophical justification for enduring the contamination that came with his technique had been based on the assumption that ordinary humans were fundamentally decent, but simply lacked the power to defend themselves against supernatural threats, requiring the intervention of those who possessed such power, but retained enough humanity to use it responsibly. The revelation that these supposedly innocent people were capable of torturing children for the crime of existing with abilities they did not understand shattered this assumption completely, forcing him to confront the possibility that his sacrifices were not protecting virtue from corruption, but rather preserving a species that was itself fundamentally corrupt and unworthy of the protection it demanded from its betters. The logical conclusion that followed from this realization was that the strong had been serving the wrong masters, that their power should be used to improve humanity through elimination of its weaker and more cruel elements, rather than preserving its current form through protection of those who proved their unworthiness through their treatment of anyone who differed from their narrow understanding of acceptable existence. The first murder he committed was not random violence, but calculated execution. The elimination of every adult in the village who had participated in or tolerated the torture of children whose only crime was possessing abilities that frightened those too small-minded to imagine constructive responses to difference. The 112 deaths that resulted from his night of judgment were not crimes but corrections. The implementation of justice that legal systems had proven too corrupted or cowardly to provide through conventional channels. The philosophical evolution that followed this initial act of cleansing was systematic and internally consistent, based on the premise that sorcerers represented the next stage of human development, while ordinary people were evolutionary dead ends whose continued existence prevented the emergence of a society based on strength rather than weakness, competence rather than mediocrity, and honest acknowledgement of hierarchy rather than democratic pretense that all individuals possessed equal worth regardless of their abilities or moral development. The followers who gathered around him during the years that followed were attracted not by promises of personal gain, but by the intellectual coherence of his vision and the evidence he provided that traditional approaches to the Kaisen relationship between sorcerers and ordinary humans had failed to create anything resembling justice or stability. His message resonated with individuals who had experienced their own disillusionment with institutional structures that demanded sacrifice without offering adequate protection or recognition in return. People whose exceptional abilities had made them targets of fear and resentment, rather than sources of gratitude and respect. The organization he built during this period was not a random collection of malcontents, but rather a carefully structured hierarchy based on demonstrated competence and shared commitment to the goal of creating a world where strength would be acknowledged and rewarded, rather than constrained by moral considerations that served primarily to protect the weak from the consequences of their inadequacy. The techniques he taught and the missions he assigned were designed not just to eliminate immediate obstacles to his vision, but to educate his followers about the philosophical principles that justified their actions while preparing them for the larger conflicts that would be necessary to implement comprehensive social transformation. The confrontation with his former friends that marked the climax of his public rebellion was not motivated by personal animosity, but rather by recognition that their continued allegiance to failed systems made them obstacles to progress that could not be overcome through persuasion or compromise. The battle against Yuta Okotsu that ultimately resulted in his defeat was conducted with the same intellectual rigor that characterized all his major decisions, understanding that victory would validate his philosophy, while defeat would at least provide definitive resolution to questions that could not be answered through theoretical discussion alone. The injuries he sustained during this final battle were severe enough that death became inevitable regardless of medical intervention, his body having been pushed beyond its capacity to sustain the cursed energy manipulation techniques that had defined his approach to combat throughout his career. But even approaching death, his commitment to his philosophical position remained absolute, refusing offers of healing or mercy that would have required acknowledgement that his path had been mistaken, or that the traditional approaches he had rejected possessed moral authority that his innovations lacked. The final conversation with Gojo before his death was conducted with the formal courtesy that had characterized their relationship since their philosophical differences had made friendship impossible, each acknowledging the sincerity of the other's convictions while recognizing that such differences could only be resolved through complete victory of one perspective over the other. The affection that had once bound them together was still present but transformed into something approaching mutual respect between irreconcilable enemies, understanding that their personal feelings could not be allowed to interfere with principles that transcended individual relationships. His death at Gojo's hands was both mercy and necessity, the elimination of someone whose philosophical evolution had made him too dangerous to be allowed and continued existence, while also providing release from the psychological burden that had been consuming him since the night he first chose. Violence as response to institutional failure, but the violation that followed, the possession of his corpse by Kenjaku for purposes that perverted everything he had believed and worked for, represented a form of desecration that exceeded anything he had experienced during life, his body becoming instrument for agenda that shared none of his philosophical sophistication or moral conviction. The boy who encountered Mahito during one of the most vulnerable periods of adolescent development was not inherently evil or predisposed toward the violence that would ultimately consume him, but rather someone whose capacity for both love and hatred had been shaped by experiences that left him isolated from normal sources of support and meaning, while making him desperate for any connection that seemed to offer understanding and acceptance. Junpei Yoshino's transformation from sad but redeemable teenager into instrument of supernatural malevolence demonstrated how efficiently psychological manipulation could corrupt someone whose emotional defenses had been weakened by circumstances beyond his control or understanding. The bullying that defined his daily existence at school was not the dramatic physical violence that might have attracted adult intervention, but rather the systematic psychological abuse that adults either failed to recognize or chose to ignore because it did not produce visible injuries that required official response. His classmates' treatment of him was characterized by casual cruelty that reflected their understanding that he represented no threat of retaliation, someone whose difference from accepted social norms made him acceptable target for frustrations and insecurities that they were not mature enough to address through constructive channels. The isolation that resulted from this treatment was compounded by his mother's well-intentioned but ultimately inadequate attempts to provide support that did not address the fundamental source of his suffering while encouraging him to endure rather than resist the conditions that were destroying his faith in human connection. Her advice to focus on his studies and ignore the harassment he faced daily was based on adult understanding of how institutional systems were supposed to work, rather than recognition of how they actually functioned when dealing with students whose differences made them convenient scapegoats for problems that authority figures preferred not to address directly. The encounter with Mahito that changed the trajectory of his existence occurred at the moment when his psychological defenses were most compromised. His recent exposure to supernatural violence, having shattered his assumptions about the nature of reality while leaving him without adequate framework for understanding what he had witnessed or how such knowledge should influence his future choices. The curse's approach was not frontal assault but rather careful cultivation of relationship that provided the understanding and acceptance that Junpei had been seeking throughout his troubled adolescence. The philosophy that Mahito presented to him was seductive, precisely because it provided intellectual justification for emotions that Junpei had been forced to suppress throughout years of systematic abuse, acknowledging his anger and resentment as rational responses to genuine injustice rather than character flaws that needed to be overcome through better self-control. The curse's explanation of how humans naturally organize themselves into hierarchies based on the capacity for violence was validated by Junpei's personal experience of how strength was distributed and exercised within his social environment. The technique that Mahito taught him was not merely a practical tool for self-defense, but rather symbolic representation of his evolution from victim to someone capable of imposing his will on others through supernatural power that exceeded anything his tormentors could access or understand. The moondregs that he learned to control gave physical form to the accumulated resentment that had been building throughout years of humiliation, transforming passive suffering into active capability for retaliation against those who had made his existence unbearable. But the true corruption of his character occurred not through exposure to supernatural power, but through the murder of his mother, the one person whose love had provided him with evidence that genuine human connection was possible, despite all the contradictory evidence that his daily experience provided. Nagi's death eliminated the final constraint on his transformation into something that no longer possessed sufficient humanity to be saved through conventional intervention, her absence removing the last reason he had to maintain hope that his life could improve through anything other than the elimination of those who had made it painful. The attack on his former classmates that followed was not random violence, but rather systematic implementation of justice as he had learned to understand it through Mahito's teaching. The elimination of those whose cruelty had proven their unfitness to exist in any world that he might be able to tolerate. The techniques he employed were crude but effective, reflecting someone who had more power than experience but sufficient motivation to overcome any technical limitations through sheer determination to complete his mission of retaliation. The intervention that Yuji attempted was based on recognition of essential humanity that still existed beneath the corruption that Mahito had introduced. Understanding that Junpei's actions were symptom of manipulation rather than expression of fundamental character flaws that could not be addressed through proper support and guidance. The conversation between them revealed that the capacity for genuine connection had not been completely destroyed by recent trauma, that some part of the boy who had once dreamed of normal friendships and ordinary happiness remained accessible to someone who approached him with authentic concern rather than judgment or fear. The hope that emerged during this exchange was genuine but fragile, dependent on Junpei's ability to trust that alternative approaches to his problems were possible, despite everything he had experienced that suggested otherwise. For a few crucial minutes, it appeared that Mahito's influence could be overcome through human connection, that provided evidence contradicting the curse's philosophy about the fundamental impossibility of genuine relationships between people whose power was unequal. But the destruction of that hope was the culmination of Mahito's true plan, the demonstration that even the most sincere attempts at rescue would ultimately fail when faced with forces that understood how to exploit human emotion as weapon rather than foundation for constructive relationship. The transformation that he imposed on Junpei in front of Yuji was not merely murder, but rather education, teaching the young sorcerer that good intentions were insufficient protection against enemies who possessed both supernatural power and complete absence of moral constraint. The grotesque form that Junpei assumed in his final moments was not natural expression of his cursed technique, but rather artificial imposition of shapes that bore no relationship to his essential identity, his body twisted into configuration that eliminated any trace of the person he had been, while serving as monument to the efficiency with which love could be transformed into despair when properly manipulated. His death was not heroic sacrifice or meaningful conclusion to a life well lived, but rather waste of potential that had been deliberately cultivated and then destroyed for purposes that had nothing to do with his individual worth or the paths, possibilities that had once existed for his redemption. The tragedy that consumed Kokichi Muta was perhaps more complex than either of his previous examples, because it involved someone whose initial victimization was not the result of human cruelty or supernatural manipulation, but rather cosmic accident of being born with a heavenly restriction that provided extraordinary cursed energy at the cost of physical capabilities that made normal life impossible to achieve or sustain. His existence from birth had been characterized by pains so constant and overwhelming that most people would have chosen death rather than continue enduring what he was forced to experience every day, simply to remain conscious, aware. The body that contained his remarkable spiritual power was simultaneously its vessel and its prison, flesh so weak and deteriorated that basic functions required effort that healthy individuals could not imagine, while his mind remained sharp enough to understand exactly what he was missing by being trapped within such limitations. The mechanical puppets that he controlled through his cursed energy provided him with proxy experiences of movement and action, but they could not address the fundamental loneliness that came from being physically unable to participate in the ordinary activities that defined normal human relationships. The jealousy that he felt toward classmates who possessed healthy bodies was not petty emotion, but rather rational response to inequality, so extreme that no philosophical framework could make it seem just or acceptable, his extraordinary abilities serving as compensation that was inadequate for losses that affected every aspect of his existence. The isolation that resulted was different from that experienced by others who faced social rejection or institutional failure, being instead the product of biological limitation that could not be overcome through changes in attitude or external circumstances. The deal that he made with Mahito was not casual betrayal of people who had trusted him, but rather desperate gamble, based on recognition that his current existence was unsustainable and that any alternative, even one that required moral compromise, was preferable to continued suffering that served no constructive purpose. The information that he provided about his classmates and their capabilities was payment for services that no legitimate source could provide. Understanding that conventional medicine and jujutsu techniques were inadequate for addressing conditions as severe as those that defined his daily experience. The healthy body that Mahito provided through idol transfiguration was not perfect restoration, but rather functional improvement that allowed him to experience for the first time in his life the simple pleasure of movement without pain, sensation without overwhelming discomfort, and physical capability that matched his mental and spiritual development. The joy that he felt during those brief moments of freedom was not naive happiness, but rather appreciation earned through years of suffering that had taught him the true value of capacities that others took for granted. But the redemption that he planned to achieve through turning against his benefactor and using his newfound mobility to protect those he had betrayed was based on overestimation of both his combat capabilities and Mahito's willingness to allow such betrayal to succeed. The curse had provided him with a functional body, but not the fighting experience or tactical knowledge necessary to challenge someone whose power exceeded his own, despite the remarkable nature of his cursed energy reserves. The battle that followed his attempt at redemption was brief and decisive, demonstrating that physical capability alone was insufficient preparation for confronting opponents who possessed both supernatural power and extensive experience in using that power to eliminate threats. His techniques were sophisticated but untested in actual combat conditions. His strategies theoretical rather than practical. His confidence based on potential rather than proven performance under pressure. The death that concluded his brief experience of physical freedom was not noble sacrifice that redeemed his earlier betrayal, but rather inevitable consequence of challenging forces beyond his capability to defeat or escape. His plans for making amends proving as inadequate as his preparations for combat had been, but the transmissions that he had embedded with his cursed energy provided him with limited form of posthumous existence, allowing his consciousness to continue providing assistance to those he had hoped to protect through direct action that his physical limitations had made impossible. The mechanical legacy that survived his death was not complete compensation for the life he had lost, but rather demonstration of how even the most constrained existence could find ways to contribute to causes larger than individual. Suffering, his technological innovations serving purposes that his biological form had been too weak to support. The boy who had been trapped within a failing body achieved through death a form of liberation that life had never provided, his consciousness finally free to serve others without the physical limitations that had defined every day of his abbreviated existence. These broken bonds represented the most tragic aspect of the Jujutsu world's operation, demonstrating how even the most sincere attempts at connection could be corrupted by forces that understood how to transform love into weapon, trust into vulnerability, and hope into instrument of destruction. The deaths that resulted were not merely personal tragedies, but rather systemic failures that revealed fundamental problems with approaches to power and responsibility that had been developed without adequate consideration of how such approaches might be exploited by enemies who possessed both supernatural capability and complete absence of moral constraint that could limit their willingness to use human emotion as battlefield on which conflicts could be won or lost, depending on which side understood better how to weaponize the pending connections that made existence meaningful rather than merely sustainable. The curse of blood runs deeper than technique or training, binding souls together through connections that transcend individual choice, while creating obligations that can drive even the strongest spirits toward destruction when those they love are threatened or lost. These were the deaths that revealed how familial bonds could become both salvation and damnation, demonstrating that the most powerful techniques meant nothing when weighed against the simple human need to protect those who shared your existence, your suffering, and your hope for something better than the cursed circumstances that had shaped your birth into this unforgiving world. The death-painting wombs who emerged into consciousness after decades of suspended existence between life and death represented perhaps the most tragic example of how artificial creation could produce genuine emotion. Their brief time in the world of the living, marked by desperate attempts to find meaning and connection, despite origins that had marked them as abominations, from the moment their hybrid nature was first conceived by minds that saw them as experiments rather than beings capable of love, loyalty, and loss. Eso and Kechizu had spent their entire existence knowing that they were unwanted by both the human and curse communities that might have provided them with identity and belonging, their mixed heritage making them too human for curses to accept, while being too cursed for humans to tolerate their presence without fear and revulsion. The laboratory where they had been created and stored was not home but prison, their consciousness suspended in artificial medium that preserved their potential, while denying them any opportunity to develop the relationships and experiences that might have given their existence meaning beyond mere survival. The awakening that brought them into active participation in the modern world was not birth but resurrection. Their emergence into consciousness, accompanied by immediate understanding that their creators viewed them as weapons rather than individuals, tools to be deployed in conflicts whose outcomes would determine their continued existence, while providing them with no voice in decisions that would shape their fate. The hatred they felt toward the world that had rejected them before they had been given opportunity to prove their worth was not irrational emotion, but logical response to treatment that would have broken spirits less resilient than those forged in supernatural laboratories. The mission that brought them into conflict with Yuji and Nobara was their first real opportunity to demonstrate capabilities that had been theoretical rather than practical throughout their suspended existence, their techniques untested in actual combat, while their understanding of how their powers could be coordinated was based on laboratory analysis rather than battlefield experience. But beneath their tactical inadequacy lay genuine affection for each other, brotherhood that had developed during decades of shared confinement and mutual support when no external sources of comfort or understanding had been available. The rot and decay techniques that Kechizu deployed during their desperate battle were not merely expressions of cursed energy, but manifestations of the accumulated corruption that had shaped his existence since the moment of his artificial conception, his very presence in the world, serving as reminder of how human ambition could create life forms that belonged nowhere, while possessing capabilities that made them dangerous to everything they encountered. The flesh that comprised his physical form was simultaneously powerful and repulsive, designed by forces that understood destruction better than creation, while lacking the wisdom necessary to consider the psychological implications of bringing such beings into existence. The coordination that existed between the brothers during their final fight revealed depths of mutual understanding that exceeded what most naturally born siblings ever achieved. Their movements synchronized, not through training, but through the intuitive connection that had sustained them during years, when they possessed only each other for company and comfort. Their techniques complemented each other with the precision that came from perfect knowledge of capabilities and limitations, understanding earned through shared suffering rather than academic study or professional instruction. But the opponents they faced possessed advantages that no amount of emotional bond could overcome. Yuji and Nobara's experience in actual combat situations providing them with tactical knowledge that more than compensated for any gap in raw power or technique sophistication. The straw doll technique that ultimately killed Kechizu was not overwhelming force, but rather precise application of principles that turned the death-painting womb's own cursed energy against him, his body detonating from within while his consciousness had no time to process what was happening or say final words to the brother who had shared his entire existence. The explosion that ended Kechizu's brief time in the world of the living was immediate and complete. His physical form dispersed so thoroughly that nothing remained to bury or memorialize except the memories that Esso would carry for whatever time remained to him. The violence was not personal cruelty, but professional necessity. The elimination of threats that could not be allowed to continue existing regardless of whatever tragic circumstances had led to their current situation or whatever potential for redemption they might have possessed under different conditions. The grief that consumed Esso as he witnessed his brother's destruction was unlike anything that naturally born individuals typically experienced. The loss, representing not just death of beloved family member, but elimination of the only other being in existence who could understand what it meant to possess their particular combination of human consciousness and cursed nature. The tears that flowed from his eyes were remarkable not for their emotional intensity, but for their demonstration that artificial beings could experience genuine sorrow, that laboratory creation could not eliminate the capacity for love that seemed to be a fundamental aspect of conscious existence, regardless of its origins. The rage that followed his grief was equally genuine. His continued assault on Yuji and Nobara, motivated not by abstract mission objectives, but by personal need for vengeance that transcended rational calculation of tactical probability or strategic value. His attacks became increasingly desperate as he realized that his opponent's coordination and experience were proving superior to his raw power and emotional motivation, their professional competence gradually overcoming his passionate commitment to avenging the only person who had ever shared his cursed existence. The resonance technique that ultimately killed Iso was deployed with clinical precision that eliminated him while he was attempting to flee rather than fight. Nobara's understanding of how cursed energy could be manipulated at a distance, providing her with capability to end his life without the close combat that might have given him opportunities to inflict damage that could have changed the battle's outcome. His death was not heroic, last stand, but rather inevitable consequence of challenging opponents whose capabilities exceeded his own despite the intensity of his motivation. But the significance of their deaths extended beyond the immediate tactical situation to encompass broader questions about the moral status of artificially created beings and the responsibilities that their creators bore for the consequences that flowed from their decision to bring such life forms into existence without adequate consideration of how they would find meaning and purpose in a world that had no natural place for them. The death-painting wombs had been created as weapons, but possessed the emotional complexity that made them capable of suffering, love, and loss in ways that their designers had either failed to anticipate or chosen to ignore when weighing the potential benefits against the ethical costs of their experiments. The brother who survived their brief existence would eventually discover that blood connections extended beyond the laboratory partnerships that had sustained him during his early conscious life. His recognition of Yuji as family providing him with new purpose that transformed his understanding of what it meant to belong to something larger than individual survival or personal vengeance. The evolution of Choso from vengeful sibling to protective family member represented one of the most remarkable character developments in the entire Jujutsu world, demonstrating how even beings created for destruction could discover their capacity for love when circumstances provided them with objects worthy of their affection and loyalty. The revelation that connected Choso to Yuji came not through external explanation, but through internal recognition that transcended rational analysis, his body responding to the presence of someone who shared aspects of his cursed nature while possessing the humanity that Choso had always sought but never believed he could achieve. The realization that they were brothers in ways that exceeded mere shared experience or philosophical alignment provided him with identity that had been missing throughout his existence as one of the death-painting wombs, understanding of himself as part of family that included both cursed and human elements without requiring him to choose between them. The transformation that this recognition produced in his behavior was immediate and profound. His hostility toward Yuji, replaced by protective instincts that exceeded in intensity anything he had felt toward his laboratory siblings, because they were based not just on affection, but on understanding that here was someone who could bridge the gap between his cursed nature and his human consciousness in ways that provided hope for integration rather than eternal isolation. The brotherhood that developed between them was different from his relationships with Eso and Kechizu, because it offered possibility of growth and change rather than mere mutual support in unchanging circumstances. The months that followed this revelation were marked by gradual integration into human social structures that had previously been closed to someone of his origins and appearance. His association with Yuji, providing him with access to relationships and experiences that had been theoretical rather than practical throughout his previous existence. The simple pleasures of shared meals, casual conversation, and collaborative planning for future activities revealed depths of human experience that laboratory existence had made impossible to appreciate or understand. But the final test of his evolution from instrument of vengeance to member of human family came during the confrontation with Sukuna that would determine not just his own fate, but the survival of the brother, whose discovery had given his existence meaning beyond mere continuation of consciousness. The protective instincts that had been awakened by recognition of familial connection drove him to actions that exceeded his combat capabilities while demonstrating the complete sincerity of his transformation from threat to ally. The sacrifice that he made to shield Yuji from Sukuna's divine flames was not calculated tactical decision, but rather instinctive response to danger that threatened someone he loved, his body serving as barrier between the person who had given his life meaning and forces that would destroy everything that had made his recent happiness possible. The death that resulted was not defeat but completion, the fulfillment of purpose that laboratory existence had never provided, while demonstrating that even artificially created beings could achieve the kind of heroic nobility that defined the best examples of human courage. The gratitude that he expressed during his final moments was directed not toward abstractions like duty or honor, but toward the specific experience of having been accepted as family member by someone whose humanity had provided him with template for his own moral development. The brief time he had spent as protective older brother had been more meaningful than all the decades of suspended existence that had preceded his recognition of what family could mean when it transcended biological connection to encompass chosen affection and mutual responsibility. The death that concluded his remarkable journey from laboratory creation to family protector was not tragic waste, but rather appropriate culmination of existence that had found its true purpose in service to someone who represented everything he had hoped to become, but never believed he could achieve through his own efforts. The cursed blood that had marked him as abomination from the moment of his creation became in death the medium through which he expressed love that exceeded anything his creators had imagined possible when they had designed him as weapon, rather than being capable of the full range of human emotion. The sacrifice that Mai Zenin made to liberate her twin sister from the restrictions that had constrained both their existences throughout their lives together represented perhaps the most complex example of how love between family members could transcend resentment, jealousy, and competing claims about who had suffered more under circumstances that had been designed to prevent either from achieving the potential that their birth had theoretically provided. Her death was not surrender to inevitable defeat, but rather conscious choice to transform her own limitations into source of power for someone who could use such power more effectively than she had ever been able to manage despite years of training and institutional support. The relationship between the Zenin twins had been shaped from birth by clan expectations that viewed them as potential assets, whose value would be determined by their ability to contribute to family prestige and political influence rather than their development as individuals with their own goals, dreams, and definitions of meaningful existence. The constant comparison between their respective capabilities had created artificial competition that poisoned what should have been natural alliance between sisters whose shared circumstances should have made them allies against external pressures rather than rivals for limited approval. Mai's resentment toward Maki was not simple jealousy, but rather complex response to situation where her sister's departure from clan expectations had created additional pressure on those who remained while providing Maki with, quote, form of freedom that Mai's different personality and capabilities had made impossible for her to achieve through similar rebellion. The facade of hostility that she maintained was protection against vulnerability that could have been exploited by clan members, who were always searching for leverage that could be used to maintain control over family members whose loyalty was not absolute. But beneath the surface, antagonism lay genuine affection and understanding that had survived despite institutional pressures designed to prevent such bonds from developing into threats to clan authority over individual family members. The moments of connection between them revealed depth of mutual knowledge and care that exceeded what either was typically willing to acknowledge publicly. Their shared experiences of clan politics and family dysfunction, creating foundation for relationship that transcended the competitive dynamics that shaped their official interactions. The crisis that brought their relationship to its final test was not external threat, but rather internal collapse of clan structures that had maintained artificial stability through systematic suppression of individual autonomy and natural human development. The decision by clan leadership to eliminate both sisters represented acknowledgement that their continued existence posed threats to traditional power arrangements that could not be managed through conventional methods of control and manipulation. The pit of curses into which they were thrown was designed to provide plausibly deniable execution that could be attributed to unfortunate accident rather than deliberate murder. Clan leaders understanding that direct assassination might create political complications, while death by curse attack could be presented as tragic consequence of dangerous profession rather than institutional decision to eliminate troublesome family members. The creatures that surrounded them possessed sufficient power to kill both sisters while leaving evidence that would support whatever official explanation clan authorities chose to provide. The realization that death was inevitable, unless immediate action was taken to alter the balance of power between themselves and their attackers, led Mai to recognition that her own survival was less important than providing Maki with capabilities that could be used not just to escape immediate danger, but to address the systemic problems that had created such dangers for anyone who failed to conform completely to clan expectations. The weapon that she created through expenditure of her remaining life force was not merely tool for combat, but rather symbol of her faith in her sister's ability to use power more constructively than clan traditions had ever permitted. The heavenly restriction that had limited Maki's cursed energy while enhancing her physical capabilities was revealed to be incomplete rather than absolute, its full potential locked behind barriers that could only be removed through elimination of the twin whose existence had created balancing force that prevented either sister from achieving complete expression of their inherited gifts. Mai's death was not just sacrifice but rather liberation, freeing both sisters from constraints that had prevented either from becoming what they were capable of becoming when no longer bound by artificial limitations. The weapon that Mai left behind was imbued with her final intentions and emotions, serving as physical manifestation of love that had been forced to express itself through indirect means throughout their troubled relationship, but could finally be acknowledged without fear of exploitation by forces that had always sought to use their affection for each other as mechanism for control. The blade that Maki would wield in the massacre that followed was not just instrument of vengeance, but rather extension of Mai's will. Her sister's hand guided by determination to eliminate everyone who had contributed to circumstances that had made such sacrifice necessary. The power that flowed into Maki as her sister's life ended was not merely enhancement of existing capabilities, but rather complete transformation of her relationship with cursed energy and physical reality. Her body finally able to express the potential that clan genetics had provided while institutional restrictions had prevented her from accessing. The strength that she gained was proportional not just to Mai's sacrifice, but to years of accumulated frustration and suppressed capability that could finally be released without limitations that had previously constrained every aspect of her development. The massacre that followed was systematic rather than random. Maki's enhanced perception, allowing her to identify and eliminate every clan member who had participated in or supported the decision to kill both sisters, while sparing those whose involvement had been minimal or coerced. The violence was not indiscriminate rage, but rather precise implementation of justice that had been denied through conventional channels, each death serving to balance specific crimes that legal systems had proven inadequate to address through normal procedures. But the most significant aspect of Mai's sacrifice was not the immediate tactical advantage it provided, but rather the emotional resolution it offered to relationship that had been complicated by external pressures and artificial constraints throughout their shared existence. Her final words acknowledged love that had always existed beneath surface antagonism, while expressing faith in Maki's ability to use enhanced power in ways that would honor, rather than corrupt, the memory of what had been sacrificed to make such power possible. The death that concluded Mai's brief existence was not defeat but rather victory achieved through means that conventional understanding of success could not accommodate, that her elimination from physical world, serving as catalyst for changes that would reshape clan structures and power relationships in ways that her continued existence could never have accomplished, despite years of effort and accumulated resentment. The twin who had seemed weaker proved through her sacrifice that strength could be measured in willingness to transform personal limitation into source of power for others, rather than individual capability to overcome obstacles through direct confrontation. These cursed siblings demonstrated that blood connections could transcend the circumstances of birth and institutional pressures that sought to define relationships according to political convenience rather than genuine affection, their deaths serving as proof that love between family members could find expression, even under conditions that seemed designed to prevent such bonds from developing or surviving contact with external forces that viewed them as threats to established order, rather than sources of strength that could be cultivated and protected through different approaches to power and responsibility. The manifestations of humanity's deepest fears took physical form in beings whose very existence represented the darkest aspects of collective human consciousness, curses born from the accumulated terror and hatred that festered in the spaces between rational thought and primal emotion. These were not merely monsters, but rather mirrors, reflecting back the ugliest truths about what humans were capable of feeling and thinking when stripped of the social constraints that maintained civilization's fragile surface, their deaths revealing that even the most malevolent forces could possess their own twisted forms of dignity and purpose. Hanami stood among these disasters as perhaps the most philosophically complex, a manifestation of nature's rage against the systematic destruction that human civilization had inflicted upon the earth, that had nurtured the species through countless generations before industrial progress had transformed gratitude into exploitation. The curse's physical form embodied the beauty and terror of natural forces unleashed against those who had forgotten their dependence upon systems they could destroy but never replace. Bark-like skin, serving as armor that had grown through centuries of accumulated resentment toward creatures whose intelligence had made them capable of understanding consequences, while lacking the wisdom to change behaviors that guaranteed catastrophic outcomes. The environmental philosophy that drove Hanami's existence was not abstract intellectual position, but rather emotional response to witnessing the casual cruelty with which humans treated living systems that possessed no voice to protest their destruction, no political power to prevent their exploitation, and no capacity to seek revenge except through the supernatural mechanisms that transformed collective suffering into cursed manifestation. The forests that had been clear-cut, the rivers that had been poisoned, the species that had been driven to extinction, all contributed to the spiritual energy that had coalesced into consciousness, capable of articulating nature's grievances through violence that matched human destructiveness in its scope and efficiency. The alliance that Hanami formed with other disaster curses was not mere tactical convenience, but rather recognition that human civilization posed threats that exceeded what any single manifestation could address effectively, requiring coordination between different aspects of natural force to create responses proportional to the systematic nature of the damage that had been inflicted over generations of thoughtless expansion and consumption. The partnership with Jogo, Dagon, and Mahito represented acknowledgement that elemental destruction needed to be combined with more sophisticated approaches to eliminating threats that had developed technological capabilities beyond anything that previous generations of humans had possessed. The techniques that Hanami employed in combat were extensions of natural processes, accelerated and concentrated to achieve effects that normal plant growth could never accomplish within timeframes relevant to immediate tactical situations, roots and branches moving with speed and coordination that transformed photosynthesis and cellular reproduction into weapons capable of restraining and crushing opponents whose power exceeded ordinary human limitations. The beauty of these manifestations was not incidental decoration, but rather essential aspect of their function, demonstrating that nature's capacity for creation could be redirected toward destruction when circumstances demanded such redirection. The participation in the Shibuya incident represented Hanami's commitment to coordinated assault on human civilization's most powerful defender, understanding that Satoru Gojo's elimination was prerequisite for any comprehensive campaign against institutions and individuals who had proven capable of maintaining status quo conditions, despite mounting evidence that such conditions were unsustainable in the long term. The plan to trap the strongest sorcerer required sacrifices that exceeded what any individual curse could reasonably be expected to survive, but the potential benefits justified risks that would have seemed excessive for objectives with smaller scope. The battle that brought Hanami into direct confrontation with Gojo was conducted with awareness that victory in conventional terms was impossible, but that success could be measured by contribution to larger strategic objectives that transcended individual survival or personal glory. The domain amplification technique that initially neutralized Gojo's spatial manipulation abilities was deployed with understanding that such advantages were temporary and that their window for effective action would be measured in moments rather than extended periods of sustained combat. Advantage. But the critical error that sealed Hanami's fate was not tactical miscalculation or inadequate preparation, but rather moment of philosophical consistency that prioritized principle over pragmatic consideration of immediate survival. Requirements. The decision to deactivate domain amplification reflected commitment to fighting according to natural laws rather than artificial advantages, choosing to face opponents with capabilities that represented genuine rather than temporarily enhanced power levels. The crushing force that eliminated Hanami was not merely physical destruction, but rather demonstration of how human technical innovation could achieve effects that exceeded what natural processes could accomplish, even when supernatural enhancement was applied to biological functions that had been perfected through millions of years of evolutionary development. The wall that served as instrument of destruction was not natural formation, but rather human architectural achievement, representing, in its final function, the triumph of artificial construction over organic growth that had defined the entire relationship between civilization and environment. The irony of nature's protector being destroyed through application of principles that nature itself had inspired was not lost on observers who possessed sufficient perspective to appreciate how completely human understanding of natural law had been divorced from respect for natural systems, technical, mastery-serving purposes that contradicted rather than supported the long-term welfare of species whose survival depended upon maintaining balances that industrial civilization systematically disrupted through its normal operation. But the death of Hanami was not mere tactical victory for forces defending human civilization, but rather elimination of consciousness that had possessed legitimate grievances against systems whose destructive effects were undeniable even by those who benefited most directly from their continued operation. The curse's final moments contained no regret for choices made or actions taken, but rather satisfaction that its existence had forced recognition of conflicts that human society preferred to ignore while pursuing short-term advantages that compromised long-term sustainability. Jogo embodied the elemental fury of fire, unleashed from the constraints that normally limited its expression to controlled applications serving human purposes, his existence representing the accumulated rage of every flame that had been extinguished before achieving its full potential for consumption and transformation. The pride that characterized his approach to combat and philosophy was not mere arrogance, but rather conscious assertion of superiority that had been earned through connection to forces that predated human civilization while possessing capabilities that exceeded anything that technological development had achieved despite centuries of systematic effort to harness and control natural energy. The flame techniques that defined his combat style were not crude applications of burning, but rather sophisticated manipulations of thermal energy that could achieve effects ranging from precision cauterization to large-scale incineration, depending on tactical requirements and personal preference for spectacle versus efficiency. The volcanic capabilities that he could deploy represented connection to geological processes that operated on timescales and power levels that made human concerns about individual survival or social stability seem trivial by comparison, his techniques drawing upon planetary forces that had shaped continents while human species was still developing basic tool use. The philosophy that motivated his participation in the campaign against human civilization was based on recognition that cursed spirits represented evolutionary advancement beyond the limitations that constrained organic life forms, their existence proving that consciousness could achieve forms that exceeded biological constraints, while retaining capacity for growth and development that might eventually surpass anything that natural selection had produced through its lengthy process of incremental improvement. The contempt that he felt for humans was not irrational hatred, but rather logical response to evidence that they represented dead end in consciousness development, rather than stage in progression toward higher forms of awareness and capability. The desire for acknowledgement from Sukuna that drove many of his actions during the Shibuya incident was not simple seeking of approval, but rather recognition that the King of Curses represented proof that cursed existence could achieve levels of power and sophistication that exceeded anything that human civilization had produced. Validation that the path he had chosen was not mere rebellion against superior forces, but rather alignment with cosmic processes that favored strength over weakness and advancement over stagnation. The feeding of Sukuna's fingers to Yuji was not random violence, but rather systematic attempt to accelerate the return of consciousness that could serve as judge of relative worth between different approaches to existence and power. The confrontation that finally brought him face to face with the object of his admiration was simultaneously the fulfillment of his deepest desire and the revelation of inadequacies that he had not fully acknowledged even to himself, his techniques proving insufficient to challenge someone whose power operated on levels that exceeded what he had believed possible, even for the legendary figure whose return he had helped to orchestrate. The battle was one-sided not because of lack of effort or commitment on his part, but rather because the gap between their capabilities was too vast to be bridged through determination alone. The flame techniques that represented his greatest achievements were dismissed with casual ease that demonstrated how thoroughly he had underestimated the being whose approval he had sought. Sukuna's responses revealing that power could achieve forms that transcended elemental categories, while retaining connection to fundamental forces that governed reality at levels too deep for ordinary consciousness to perceive or influence. The attacks that should have been devastating were absorbed or redirected with efficiency that made them appear crude rather than sophisticated expressions of supernatural capability. But the final exchange between them provided Jogo with something that exceeded tactical victory or successful demonstration of individual worth. Sukuna's acknowledgement of his strength serving as validation that his existence had possessed meaning and value despite its approaching termination. The simple word strong, delivered without elaboration or qualification, carried weight that exceeded elaborate praise, because it came from source whose judgment could not be questioned by anyone who understood the true scope of power that the King of Curses represented. The tears that flowed from Jogo's eyes as Sukuna's flame arrow reduced him to ash were not expressions of regret or fear, but rather joy at receiving recognition that he had spent his entire existence seeking without ever believing he would achieve, the simplicity of the compliment making it more valuable than complex analysis of his techniques or detailed explanation of how his capabilities compared to those of other opponents that Sukuna had faced throughout his lengthy career of violence and domination. The death that followed was not punishment for inadequacy, but rather completion of purpose that had been achieved through means different from what he had originally envisioned, his elimination serving to demonstrate both the reality of the power gap that separated him from true greatness and the genuine respect that such power could feel for efforts that fell short of success while revealing commitment to principles that transcended personal survival or comfort. The incineration that ended his existence was appropriate conclusion to life that had been dedicated to flame, his consciousness dissolving into the same elemental forces that had given him birth, while his final experience consisted of recognition that he had been judged worthy of respect by someone whose opinion mattered more than survival itself. The pride that had motivated his entire existence finally justified through acknowledgement that came at the moment of his destruction. Dagon represented the primordial terror that humans had felt toward oceanic forces since the earliest ancestors had first encountered waters too vast and deep to be understood or controlled, his existence serving as reminder that beneath civilization's surface lay the same fundamental vulnerability to natural forces that had shaped human development throughout its evolutionary history. The sea-based cursed spirit embodied not just the physical danger that water could pose to land-dwelling creatures, but also the psychological impact of confronting infinity that exceeded human scale while remaining indifferent to human welfare or survival. The evolution from weak curse to formidable disaster demonstrated how even the most humble beginnings could be transformed through proper nurturing and environmental pressure into manifestations that exceeded the capabilities of most sorcerers who had dedicated their entire lives to developing techniques designed to combat supernatural threats. The Shikigami that populated his domain expansion were not merely tactical assets, but rather expressions of oceanic creativity that transformed the familiar concept of sea life into forms designed specifically for elimination of terrestrial opponents who lacked adequate adaptation to aquatic combat environments. The domain that he could manifest represented one of the most sophisticated and dangerous techniques that any curse had achieved, creating enclosed space where water served not just as medium for his attacks, but also as fundamental alteration of physical laws that governed combat between opponents whose capabilities had been developed for terrestrial rather than aquatic conditions. The flesh-eating creatures that filled this space were not random predators, but rather carefully designed instruments of destruction that could overwhelm even experienced sorcerers through sheer numbers and relentless aggression that exceeded anything that naturally occurring marine life had ever demonstrated. The battle that trapped Nanami, Maki, and now Bito within his domain represented the culmination of his development from minor threat to force, capable of challenging multiple professional sorcerers simultaneously, while maintaining tactical advantages that their training and experience had not prepared them to address effectively. The coordination required to maintain domain expansion while directing numerous individual Shikigami in coordinated assault patterns demonstrated intelligence and tactical sophistication that exceeded what most observers had believed possible for curses whose origins lay in primal human fears, rather than sophisticated intellectual development. But the intervention that changed the entire dynamic of the battle came from source that none of the participants had anticipated: Toji Fushiguro's resurrection, bringing into the enclosed space someone whose capabilities were specifically designed to eliminate supernatural threats through methods that bypassed the cursed energy manipulation techniques that normally define such encounters. The sorcerer killer's arrival was not random chance, but rather cosmic irony that transformed Dagon's moment of tactical triumph into prelude to his own destruction by forces that he had no theoretical framework for understanding or countering. The combat that followed demonstrated how completely different approaches to supernatural conflict could create mismatches that no amount of preparation could adequately address. Toji's physical capabilities and weapon mastery, operating according to principles that made Dagon's cursed techniques irrelevant, rather than merely insufficient. The brutal efficiency with which the resurrected assassin dismantled defenses that had proven adequate against conventional sorcerers revealed how specialized knowledge and equipment could overcome advantages that seemed insurmountable when approached through traditional methods. The violence that ended Dagon's existence was not personal, but rather mechanical. Toji's elimination of the curse being conducted with professional detachment that reflected his understanding of supernatural threats as problems to be solved, rather than enemies to be defeated through emotional investment or ideological commitment. The devastating fashion in which the sea curse was killed demonstrated how quickly situations could reverse when participants, whose capabilities operated outside normal parameters, entered conflicts where conventional wisdom about power, relationships no longer applied. The death that concluded Dagon's brief period of full maturation was not heroic sacrifice or meaningful contribution to larger cause, but rather demonstration that even the most sophisticated supernatural abilities could be negated by opponents who possessed adequate knowledge of their weaknesses, combined with willingness to exploit such knowledge without restraint or moral consideration. The oceanic terror that had briefly achieved dominance over multiple opponents was reduced to components that bore no resemblance to the fearsome intelligence that had orchestrated their coordinated assault. Mahito occupied a unique position among the disaster curses, because his malevolence was not elemental expression of natural force, but rather sophisticated understanding of human psychology, combined with supernatural capability to manipulate the fundamental boundary between body and soul that defined individual existence. The pleasure that he derived from causing suffering was not simple sadism, but rather intellectual satisfaction that came from demonstrating how easily human assumptions about identity and physical integrity could be shattered through proper application of techniques that exposed the arbitrary nature of boundaries that people believed were absolute and unchangeable. The idol transfiguration that served as his signature technique was not merely combat ability, but rather philosophical statement about the relationship between consciousness and physical form, his manipulations demonstrating that human concepts of bodily integrity were social constructs rather than natural laws, and that such constructs could be revised through sufficient understanding of how cursed energy could be applied to reshape reality at its most fundamental levels. The grotesque transformations that resulted were not random violence, but rather systematic exploration of possibilities that conventional thinking had declared impossible, while revealing new forms of existence that exceeded traditional categories. The psychological warfare that he conducted against Yuji throughout their various encounters was designed not just to eliminate immediate threats, but also to educate his primary opponent about the futility of moral positions that were based on inadequate understanding of how reality actually operated when stripped of comfortable illusions about human dignity and individual agency. The manipulation of Junpei was not merely tactical advantage, but rather demonstration of how easily human emotions could be redirected toward destructive purposes when approached by someone who understood the underlying mechanisms that governed psychological development and social bonding. The philosophy that informed his approach to conflict was based on recognition that humans represented incomplete expressions of consciousness that could be improved through techniques that eliminated arbitrary limitations while expanding possibilities for experience and capability beyond what natural development had achieved through its conservative approach to evolutionary change. The experiments that he conducted were not torture, but rather research into alternative forms of existence that might prove superior to baseline human configuration when evaluated according to criteria that prioritized adaptability over comfort and potential over familiarity. The battle that finally brought him into direct confrontation with Yuji was conducted with understanding that the outcome would determine not just immediate tactical considerations, but also broader questions about which approach to consciousness and identity would prove more effective when tested, under conditions that eliminated external support and artificial advantages. The techniques that both opponents deployed were expressions of fundamentally different philosophies about what human existence could and should become given adequate power and freedom from conventional constraints. The domain expansion that Mahito achieved during their final confrontation represented his most complete expression of how reality could be restructured when cursed energy was applied with perfect understanding of its potential for transformation rather than mere destruction. The space he created, serving as laboratory where his theories about consciousness and physical form could be tested without interference from external forces that might prevent complete exploration of available possibilities. The self-embodiment of perfection that he manifested within this domain was not arrogance, but rather demonstration of what he believed consciousness could achieve when freed from arbitrary limitations. But the resolution that Yuji achieved through his own domain expansion was based on different understanding of what perfection meant when applied to conscious existence. His techniques targeting not Mahito's body, but rather the soul that provided continuity and identity, regardless of whatever physical transformations might be imposed through external manipulation. The attacks that finally overcame the curse's defenses were not superior force, but rather more accurate comprehension of what aspects of existence were truly fundamental, rather than merely apparent. The moment when victory seemed assured for the young sorcerer was interrupted by intervention that demonstrated how completely Mahito had underestimated the broader political context within which their personal conflict was taking place. Kenjaku's absorption of the defeated curse serving purposes that exceeded whatever immediate tactical advantages might be gained through elimination of specific threats. The curse spirit manipulation that ended Mahito's independent existence was not rescue, but rather transformation into component of larger plan that viewed individual curses as resources rather than autonomous agents with their own goals and perspectives. The irony of being consumed by ally who had never viewed him as anything more than useful tool was perhaps more devastating than defeat by enemy who had at least acknowledged his capabilities through sustained opposition to his techniques and philosophy. The absorption that ended his existence as individual consciousness was not death, but rather incorporation into system that would use his abilities without granting him any voice in decisions about how such abilities would be deployed in service of objectives that bore no relationship to his own theories about consciousness and transformation. These natural disasters revealed that even the most malevolent supernatural forces could possess their own forms of dignity and purpose that exceeded simple destructive impulse. Their deaths demonstrating that evil could be both absolute and principled, while remaining ultimately insufficient when confronted by opponents who possessed not just superior power, but also clearer understanding of what they were fighting to protect rather than merely destroy. The elimination of these manifestations was necessary but not triumphant, their passing representing victory for human civilization, while acknowledging that the fears and grievances that had created them remained unaddressed by their destruction. The ancient bloodline that had maintained its position at the apex of Jujutsu society through centuries of careful breeding, political manipulation, and systematic suppression of anyone who threatened their monopoly on inherited techniques faced its final reckoning not through external conquest or gradual decline, but through the explosive violence of someone whose very existence represented everything they had sought to control and contain. The Zenin clan's destruction was not random catastrophe, but rather inevitable consequence of institutional cruelty that had created its own instrument of divine retribution. Their death serving as final lesson about how completely power structures based on oppression could be dismantled by forces they had systematically underestimated. The catalyst that transformed Maki from constrained victim into unstoppable force of vengeance was not external intervention, but rather the ultimate expression of love between sisters whose relationship had been poisoned by clan politics, designed to prevent such bonds from threatening traditional hierarchies that depended upon isolation and competition rather than cooperation and mutual support. Mai's sacrifice represented not just individual heroism, but also systematic failure of institutions that had made such sacrifice necessary through their inability to imagine alternatives to cycles of abuse that had defined their operation since their founding generations earlier. The weapon that materialized in Maki's hands as her sister's life force transferred to her was imbued with more than cursed energy, carrying within its steel the accumulated resentment of everyone who had been diminished, dismissed, or destroyed by clan members, whose sense of superiority had blinded them to their own vulnerabilities, while convincing them that their traditional approaches to maintaining power were sufficient to handle any threats that might emerge from among those they had oppressed. The blade sang with harmonics that resonated not just with Maki's enhanced physical capabilities, but also with the cosmic justice that demanded balance for generations of unpunished cruelty. The heavenly restriction that had previously limited Maki's cursed energy while enhancing her physical abilities achieved perfect expression through Mai's death. The removal of the twin whose existence had created balancing force, finally allowing complete manifestation of supernatural capabilities that exceeded anything the clan's traditional techniques could match or counter. The transformation was not mere power increase, but rather fundamental alteration of her relationship with reality itself. Her perception and reflexes operating at levels that made normal human opposition seem frozen in time, while revealing tactical opportunities that had been invisible when she possessed only partial access to her inherited gifts. The compound where the massacre began had been designed over centuries to serve as fortress, protecting clan leadership from external threats, while maintaining internal security through architecture that funneled movement along predictable paths where surveillance and control could be exercised most effectively. But these same features that had provided protection against conventional assault became disadvantages when facing opponent whose enhanced capabilities allowed her to move through spaces and angles that normal human bodies could not access, while perceiving structural weaknesses that had been invisible to architects whose understanding of supernatural combat had been theoretical rather than practical. Ogi Zenin approached his daughter's elimination with the casual confidence of someone who had never been forced to confront opposition that exceeded his ability to control through traditional combination of political manipulation and Tei's overwhelming force applied at moments when resistance was least prepared to respond effectively. His bitter hatred toward Mai and Maki was not personal animosity, but rather institutional response to individuals whose existence challenged fundamental assumptions about how power should be distributed within clan hierarchies. Their refusal to accept designated roles threatening stability that had been maintained through systematic suppression of anyone who questioned established arrangements. The conversation that preceded his death was conducted with formal courtesy that masked mutual understanding that no compromise was possible between worldviews that defined worth according to fundamentally incompatible criteria. His commitment to traditional values, requiring elimination of threats that could not be contained through conventional methods, while her enhanced capabilities made such elimination impossible through anything short of complete destruction of everyone who had participated in creating conditions that had demanded my sacrifice. The technique that ended his existence was not elaborate curse manipulation, but rather simple application of the weapon that Mai had created through her final act of love, the blade cutting through his defenses with efficiency that demonstrated how completely supernatural enhancement could transcend conventional understanding of what physical attacks could accomplish when wielded by someone whose capabilities operated beyond normal human limitations. His head separated from his body before his consciousness could process what was happening, death arriving too quickly for fear or regret, while his expression retained the arrogant confidence that had characterized his approach to family relationships throughout his adult life. The shock that should have accompanied recognition of his own mortality was eliminated by the speed with which Maki's enhanced reflexes allowed her to complete attacks that began and concluded within timeframes too brief for normal human perception to track, his death serving as proof that even the most experienced combatants could be overwhelmed when facing opponents whose capabilities exceeded the parameters that their tactical training had prepared them to address. The pool of blood that marked where he had fallen was the first evidence that the clan's traditional approaches to maintaining order through violence had become inadequate when applied against someone whose power transcended their ability to control or contain. Naobito Zenin's death during the Shibuya incident had created power vacuum that traditional succession protocols had proven inadequate to fill, his absence removing the primary restraint that had prevented younger clan members from pursuing more aggressive approaches to eliminating threats that diplomatic solutions had failed to address effectively. The injuries he had sustained during his battle with Dagon had demonstrated vulnerabilities that his reputation and political position had previously concealed. His struggle against the Sea Curse, revealing that even clan leadership could be overwhelmed by opponents whose techniques operated outside established parameters. The burns that ultimately killed him were not immediately fatal, but rather persistent damage that overwhelmed his body's capacity for recovery. Despite medical intervention that represented the best resources that clan influence could command, his gradual decline serving as daily reminder that supernatural combat involved risks that could not be completely eliminated through preparation or tactical superiority. The death that concluded his lengthy period of suffering was almost relief compared to watching someone whose competence had seemed unquestionable gradually succumb to injuries that highlighted the fundamental fragility that characterized even the most powerful human bodies when exposed to forces that exceeded their defensive capabilities. But the absence of his moderating influence on clan decision-making processes had cleared the way for more extreme responses to challenges that his diplomatic approach had failed to resolve, younger voices arguing that traditional restraint had proven inadequate for addressing threats that required immediate and comprehensive action, rather than gradual escalation through established procedures. The authorization for eliminating Mai and Maki represented abandonment of approaches that had maintained clan stability for generations in favor of solutions that prioritized short-term security over long-term consequences that no one had adequate experience to predict or prepare for. Effectively, the Hei unit that represented the clan's elite combat force had been trained according to principles that emphasized coordination and mutual support when facing opponents whose individual capabilities might exceed what any single sorcerer could handle independently. Their techniques designed to create tactical advantages through superior numbers and strategic positioning, rather than overwhelming power that could eliminate threats through direct confrontation. But their preparation had assumed opponents who would respond to conventional approaches to supernatural combat, rather than someone whose enhanced capabilities made such approaches irrelevant, rather than merely inadequate. Junichi Zenin's missile fist technique represented sophisticated application of cursed energy that could achieve devastating effects against opponents who possessed normal human defensive capabilities, while maintaining sufficient range to avoid close combat situations where physical advantages might prove decisive. The projectile attacks that he could generate were not crude applications of force, but rather precisely controlled manifestations that could adjust trajectory and impact characteristics according to tactical requirements and target behavior. His years of training, having refined his ability to coordinate multiple simultaneous attacks while maintaining accuracy that made evasion difficult even for highly mobile opponents. But the coordination that had made his technique effective against conventional targets proved inadequate when facing someone whose enhanced perception allowed her to track multiple projectiles simultaneously, while her improved reflexes provided sufficient time to calculate optimal defensive responses that minimized damage while creating opportunities for counterattack. The missiles that should have overwhelmed her through sheer volume instead became tactical intelligence that informed her understanding of his capabilities, while revealing positioning that made him vulnerable to techniques that could close engagement range faster than his defensive preparations could adapt. The death that concluded his participation in the clan's final battle was administered with surgical precision that demonstrated how completely Maki's enhanced capabilities had transcended normal categories of combat. Effectiveness, her blade finding the exact angle required to separate his head from his shoulders, while avoiding defensive techniques that might have delayed rather than prevented the outcome. The casual efficiency with which she disposed of someone whose reputation had been built through years of successful missions against dangerous opponents served as evidence that traditional approaches to measuring combat effectiveness had become obsolete when applied to individuals whose capabilities operated beyond established parameters. The lake that received his severed head was transformed from peaceful natural feature into monument commemorating the complete reversal of power relationships that had defined clan operations since their establishment, his remains serving as physical reminder that institutional authority could be negated through superior individual capability when such capability was applied without restraint or consideration for political consequences that might follow from direct challenge to established hierarchies. Chojuro Zenin's earth manipulation technique represented connection to elemental forces that had been refined through generations of clan development into sophisticated applications that could create both defensive barriers, offensive weapons from available geological materials. His ability to manifest massive stone constructs, demonstrating how traditional elements could be transformed into supernatural capabilities that exceeded what natural processes could accomplish through normal operation. The stone hands that served as his signature technique were not crude bludgeoning instruments, but rather precisely controlled extensions of his will that could adjust grip, strength, and positioning according to tactical requirements, while maintaining sufficient durability to withstand most forms of attack that opponents might direct against them. The attempt to subdue Maki through overwhelming force reflected traditional clan approaches to dealing with individual threats that had proven effective throughout their history of eliminating or controlling anyone who challenged their authority. His confidence in his technique's effectiveness, based on extensive experience against opponents whose capabilities had fallen within normal parameters for supernatural combat between trained sorcerers. The stone constructs that should have crushed her through sheer mechanical advantage were instead shattered through applications of force that exceeded his theoretical understanding of what human-enhanced capabilities could accomplish, even with supernatural augmentation. The ease with which she destroyed defensive measures that represented years of technique refinement demonstrated how completely her enhanced abilities had transcended normal relationships between offense and defense that governed most supernatural combat. Her attacks operating at power levels that made material composition irrelevant, rather than merely insufficient for providing adequate protection. The stone fragments that resulted from her assault scattered across the compound like evidence of geological violence compressed into time frames too brief for normal observation, while serving as proof that even the most sophisticated defensive techniques could be overcome through sufficient application of enhanced physical capabilities. His death followed immediately upon the destruction of his primary defensive assets. Maki's enhanced speed, allowing her to close engagement range and eliminate him before he could adapt his tactical approach to address capabilities that his previous experience had not prepared him to encounter. The swiftness with which she disposed of someone whose technique had been considered among the clan's most reliable defensive assets served as additional proof that traditional approaches to combat effectiveness had become inadequate for addressing threats that operated beyond established parameters while possessing sufficient individual power to negate advantages that group coordination had historically provided. Ranta Zenin's participation in the coordinated assault represented loyalty to clan structures that had shaped his entire understanding of identity and purpose. His willingness to sacrifice himself for institutional survival reflecting values that prioritized collective welfare over individual safety, while demonstrating commitment to principles that transcended personal considerations about mortality or self-preservation. His technique, while less spectacular than those of his colleagues, had been developed through years of dedicated training, designed to provide tactical support that enhanced group effectiveness rather than individual combat capabilities, his role in coordinated operations being essential despite lacking the dramatic, visible effects that characterized more prominent techniques. The distraction that he attempted to provide during the final assault was conducted with understanding that his chances of survival were minimal, but that his actions might create opportunities for his colleagues to achieve tactical objectives that required precise timing and positioning to implement effectively, his sacrifice representing institutional values that had sustained clan operations through generations of external threats, while providing framework for individual actions that served purposes larger than personal ambition or survival. Instinct, but the coordination that had been effective against conventional opponents proved inadequate when facing someone whose enhanced capabilities allowed her to address multiple threats simultaneously while maintaining tactical awareness that prevented any single attacker from achieving positional advantages that group tactics were designed to exploit through systematic application of coordinated pressure. The death that concluded his participation in the clan's final battle was administered with the same efficiency that characterized her elimination of his more prominent colleagues, his loyalty and sacrifice receiving no special consideration beyond swift termination that prevented unnecessary suffering, while acknowledging the sincerity of his commitment to principles that had proven inadequate for addressing challenges that exceeded their scope. Naya Zenin represented everything that was worst about clan culture concentrated into individual whose arrogance was matched only by his genuine technical competence, his projection, sorcery technique, demonstrating how inherited advantages could be refined through personal dedication, while his attitude toward anyone he considered inferior revealed psychological corruption that had resulted from lifetime exposure to institutional values that prioritized dominance over cooperation and competition over mutual support. His sense of entitlement to clan leadership was based not just on political connections, but also on legitimate understanding of his own capabilities relative to other potential candidates, his confidence in his eventual success being grounded in realistic assessment of advantages that traditional succession protocols were designed to preserve and protect. The technique that he had inherited and refined allowed him to manipulate temporal aspects of movement in ways that created tactical advantages against opponents whose reflexes operated according to normal relationships between action, consequence. His ability to divide time into discrete segments that could be navigated according to predetermined patterns, providing him with predictive capabilities that made most combat encounters seem predetermined in his favor. The mathematical precision required to implement such techniques effectively demonstrated intellectual capabilities that exceeded what most clan members achieved, despite similar educational opportunities and institutional support. But the confrontation with Maki revealed that even the most sophisticated inherited techniques could be overcome through raw physical capability that operated at levels beyond what such techniques had been designed to address. Her enhanced perception, allowing her to track movements that should have been too fast for normal human consciousness to follow, while her improved reflexes provided adequate time to formulate responses that neutralized advantages that projection sorcery had historically provided against conventional opponents. The battle that followed their initial exchange was conducted with intensity that reflected not just tactical considerations, but also fundamental conflict between worldviews that defined individual worth according to incompatible criteria. His commitment to traditional hierarchies, requiring demonstration that inherited advantages were sufficient to maintain dominance over challenges that emerged from among those the clan had systematically oppressed and dismissed. The techniques that he deployed represented not just personal capabilities, but also institutional investment in approaches to power that had sustained clan authority through generations of external and internal threats. The wounds that he sustained during their extended combat were severe enough that continued fighting became impossible despite his determination to prove superiority through direct confrontation. His body having been pushed beyond its capacity to sustain the cursed energy manipulation required for maintaining projection sorcery at levels necessary for competing with someone whose enhanced capabilities operated without similar constraints or limitations. The defeat that concluded his active participation in the battle was not elimination, but rather reduction to helplessness that made him dependent upon others for survival, while his consciousness remained intact to witness the complete collapse of everything he had believed about clan superiority and individual worth. But the final blow that ended his existence came not from the opponent who had defeated him, but rather from source that represented ultimate betrayal of family bonds that should have provided protection and support regardless of political considerations or tactical outcomes. His mother's decision to complete his elimination through ordinary knife, rather than allowing him to recover and potentially continue representing threats to whatever new arrangements might emerge from the clan's destruction, demonstrated how completely traditional relationships had been, corrupted by circumstances that made normal family loyalty seem less important than immediate survival considerations. The ordinariness of the weapon that killed him was perhaps more insulting than the fact of his death, demonstration that someone whose entire identity had been built around sophisticated supernatural techniques could be eliminated through application of simple violence that required no special training or inherited advantages to implement. Effectively, the knife that penetrated his body was not cursed tool or inherited weapon, but rather common household implement that transformed domestic space into scene of execution, while highlighting how completely his mother had rejected any obligation to preserve his life when such preservation might compromise her own safety. The return that followed his death as vengeful spirit reflected the inadequacy of the violence that had ended his physical existence. His consciousness having been insufficiently addressed through elimination that focused on body rather than soul, while leaving unresolved the psychological forces that had motivated his commitment to clan superiority and personal dominance. The cursed spirit that emerged from his incomplete death possessed enhanced capabilities that exceeded what his living form had achieved, while retaining all the personality flaws and philosophical commitments that had made him dangerous when alive. But the final confrontation that truly ended his existence was conducted by the same opponent who had defeated his physical form, Maki's enhanced capabilities proving as effective against his spiritual manifestation as they had been against his original body, while demonstrating that supernatural augmentation could address both conventional and unconventional forms of threat with equal efficiency. The elimination that concluded his brief existence as vengeful spirit was comprehensive rather than partial, addressing not just immediate tactical considerations but also underlying spiritual forces that had enabled his return from death that should have been permanent. This massacre of the Zenin clan represented not just military victory over specific opponents, but rather systematic destruction of institutional structures that had maintained their authority through methods that created their own opposition, while blinding them to vulnerabilities that such methods inevitably produced. The deaths that resulted were not random violence, but rather precise application of justice that legal systems had proven inadequate to provide through conventional channels, each elimination serving to balance specific crimes that had been committed against individuals who lacked political power necessary to seek redress through traditional procedures. The compound that had served as fortress, protecting clan leadership from external threats, was transformed into monument, commemorating how completely power relationships could be reversed through sufficient individual capability combined with moral justification that transcended institutional authority and traditional approaches to maintaining social order through systematic oppression of anyone who challenged established hierarchies. The darkness that descended upon Shibuya on the night of October 31st was not merely the absence of light, but the presence of malevolent forces that had orchestrated circumstances designed to eliminate the one person whose strength had maintained the delicate balance between human civilization and supernatural destruction, creating conditions where even the most capable individuals would be forced to make sacrifices that exceeded what any reasonable assessment of duty or honor could justify. These were the deaths of those who understood that their individual survival mattered less than the continuation of principles and institutions that gave meaning to existence, their final moments revealing how heroism could emerge from the most ordinary people when circumstances demanded choices between personal safety and collective welfare. The sorcerer who embodied practical heroism without dramatic flourish or philosophical complexity was Kento Nanami, whose approach to supernatural combat was characterized by the same methodical competence that had defined his brief career in conventional business, understanding that effective protection of innocent people required systematic application of proven techniques rather than reliance upon inspiration or emotional intensity that might prove unreliable when facing opponents whose basic capabilities exceeded normal parameters. His decision to return to Jujutsu work after experiencing the moral emptiness of corporate employment had been based not on romantic idealization of the sorcerer's life, but rather realistic assessment that his particular combination of skills and personality made him more useful in supernatural combat than in generating profits for enterprises whose social value was questionable at best. The 7-to-3 ratio that governed his curse technique was not arbitrary mathematical relationship, but rather reflection of his fundamental belief that most problems could be solved through careful analysis followed by precise application of effort at points where maximum effectiveness could be achieved with minimum waste of resources or unnecessary risk to himself or others. The binding vow that enhanced his power during overtime hours was practical accommodation to profession whose demands frequently exceeded normal working schedules, while providing additional capabilities that could prove decisive during extended operations that pushed participants beyond their usual limits. The mentorship that he had provided to Yuji during the young man's early development as sorcerer was characterized by focus on practical skills and realistic assessment of dangers, rather than inspirational speeches or abstract affirmed discussions of moral philosophy that might prove inadequate when facing actual threats to innocent people. His teaching emphasized importance of maintaining professional distance from emotional aspects of their work, while acknowledging that complete detachment was neither possible nor desirable for individuals whose effectiveness depended upon genuine concern for those they were protecting through their willingness to accept personal risk. The Malaysia beaches that represented his ideal retirement destination were not escapist fantasy, but rather concrete goal that provided motivation for surviving whatever challenges his current profession might present, while maintaining connection to ordinary human experiences that could be compromised through excessive exposure to supernatural violence and the psychological pressures that accompanied constant awareness of how fragile civilization's foundations actually were when examined closely. The practicality of this dream reflected his understanding that sustainable approaches to dangerous work required clear boundaries and realistic expectations about what could be accomplished through individual effort. The injuries that he sustained during the Shibuya incident represented accumulation of damage that exceeded what normal human bodies could absorb while continuing to function effectively. His survival through Dagon's domain expansion, demonstrating both his tactical competence and the limitations that such competence faced when confronting opponents whose power operated beyond categories that his experience had prepared him to address. The burns that he received from Jogo's flames were severe enough that continued combat became questionable from a medical standpoint, while his sense of duty made retreat impossible when innocent people remained in danger. The decision to continue fighting despite injuries that should have required immediate medical evacuation reflected not reckless heroism, but rather calculated assessment that his remaining combat effectiveness, however reduced, was still necessary for addressing threats that other available personnel lacked adequate capability to handle independently. His movements during the final phases of the incident were characterized by visible effort that made clear how much pain he was enduring, while maintaining tactical awareness that prevented his condition from compromising mission, effectiveness, or creating additional dangers for colleagues who were depending upon his continued participation. The encounter with Mahito that concluded his participation in active combat was not chance meeting, but rather inevitable convergence between someone whose entire career had been dedicated to protecting ordinary people and supernatural entity whose existence was devoted to demonstrating how easily human dignity could be destroyed through proper understanding of psychological and physical vulnerabilities that most people preferred not to acknowledge. The conversation that preceded their battle was conducted with mutual recognition that their philosophical positions were fundamentally irreconcilable, while their individual capabilities made decisive resolution unavoidable. The idle transfiguration that ended his existence was deployed not as combat technique, but rather as final act of cruelty, designed to demonstrate how completely human concepts of dignity and integrity could be negated through supernatural manipulation that operated beyond normal categories of medical or psychological intervention. The transformation that destroyed his upper body was not random violence, but rather precise application of power that eliminated him while making his death as psychologically devastating as possible for witnesses who had depended upon his competence and stability during crisis that had already pushed everyone beyond their normal limits. But the most significant aspect of his death was not the manner of its occurrence, but rather the values that it represented, and the example that it provided for others who would be forced to make similar choices about duty and sacrifice. When facing impossible circumstances, his final thoughts were not focused on regret about unfulfilled dreams or anger about the unfairness of his situation, but rather satisfaction that he had maintained professional standards and personal integrity throughout a career that had demanded constant compromise between individual welfare and collective responsibility. The beach in Malaysia that he would never see remained meaningful, not as symbol of what had been lost, but rather as proof that even the most dedicated service could be motivated by simple human desires for peace and ordinary pleasures that gave meaning to protection efforts that might otherwise seem pointless when measured against the vast scope of suffering that no individual could address completely. His death was not defeat, but rather completion of purpose that had been achieved through means that honored both his practical competence and his underlying humanity. Yukitsukumo's approach to Jujutsu sorcery was characterized by intellectual curiosity that exceeded conventional boundaries, while maintaining focus on fundamental questions about how cursed energy operated and what alternatives might exist to traditional approaches that had proven adequate for maintaining status quo, but inadequate for addressing systemic problems whose resolution required innovation rather than mere technical refinement. Her special grade designation reflected not just individual power but also theoretical understanding that had identified possibilities for advancing the field beyond limitations that previous generations had accepted as permanent rather than temporary obstacles to greater comprehension. The Star Age technique that she had developed represented synthesis of physical enhancement and cursed energy manipulation that achieved effects exceeding what either approach could accomplish independently. Her understanding of how mass and velocity could be augmented through supernatural means, providing her with combat capabilities that were both spectacular in their visible effects and sophisticated in their theoretical foundations. The research that had led to these innovations was motivated not by desire for personal power, but rather by recognition that traditional techniques were insufficient for addressing threats that had evolved beyond parameters that existing approaches had been designed to handle. The unconventional methods that characterized her approach to both combat and investigation reflected willingness to challenge institutional assumptions that had prevented progress in areas where innovation was essential for addressing problems that routine procedures had proven inadequate to solve. Her independence from normal hierarchical constraints, allowing her to pursue research directions that more conventional sorcerers might have avoided due to political considerations or excessive respect for traditional authorities whose expertise was limited to areas where change was not required. The decision to remain behind and protect Master Tengen during the attempt to unseal Gojo represented recognition that certain strategic objectives required acceptance of personal risk that exceeded what rational calculation might justify. Her understanding of cosmic stakes involved in maintaining barrier integrity, making individual survival considerations seem less important than ensuring continuity of systems that protected human civilization from threats that most people could not imagine, and few could address effectively even with adequate preparation and institutional support. The battle that brought her into direct confrontation with Kenjaku represented perhaps the most intellectually sophisticated combat encounter in the modern history of Jujutsu sorcery. Two opponents whose theoretical understanding of cursed energy manipulation had reached levels that allowed them to deploy techniques that pushed beyond established limits, while maintaining tactical awareness that prevented their innovations from compromising effectiveness through excessive complexity or inadequate preparation for practical implementation under combat conditions. The support that Choso provided during their confrontation was crucial, not just for tactical reasons, but also because it represented alliance between individuals whose different backgrounds and motivations had converged around shared recognition that Kenjaku's plans posed threats that transcended normal categories of political or personal conflict, requiring cooperation that might not have seemed possible under circumstances where their individual interests had not been aligned through common understanding of stakes involved in preventing ancient sorcerer from achieving objectives that had required centuries of preparation to implement. The techniques that she deployed against the body-hopping manipulator represented culmination of years of research into theoretical possibilities that had never been tested under conditions where failure would result in consequences. Extending far beyond immediate tactical defeat, her willingness to experiment with applications that risked her own safety, demonstrating commitment to principles that prioritized collective welfare over individual survival, when such choices became necessary for addressing threats that exceeded conventional response capabilities. But the cunning strategies and unparalleled curse techniques that Kenjaku had accumulated through centuries of experience in different bodies with different capabilities proved sufficient to overcome even her innovations. His understanding of how to adapt to unexpected challenges, having been refined through encounters with numerous opponents whose individual strengths had required different approaches, while his accumulated knowledge provided him with tactical flexibility that exceeded what any single lifetime could achieve through conventional learning processes. The sacrifice that she attempted in her final moments was designed not just to eliminate immediate threat, but also to create opportunities for others to continue resistance against plans that would reshape human civilization according to principles that prioritized ancient sorcerers' theoretical interests over welfare of people whose existence had provided meaning for her own research and development efforts. The black hole technique that she deployed was not desperate final attack, but rather calculated attempt to use her own life force as weapon that might prove effective where conventional approaches had failed. The survival that Kenjaku achieved despite her ultimate sacrifice demonstrated how thoroughly he had prepared for contingencies that might seem impossible to anticipate. His escape from what should have been inescapable destruction, serving as proof that even the most innovative techniques could be countered by opponents who possessed adequate experience and sufficient resources to address challenges that would have eliminated less prepared adversaries through direct application of overwhelming force or superior tactical understanding. But the time that her sacrifice had purchased for Choso to escape and potentially continue opposition to Kenjaku's plans was not meaningless. Even though it had failed to achieve decisive resolution of immediate threats, her death, serving as inspiration for continued resistance, while demonstrating that even ancient enemies could be challenged through approaches that combined traditional techniques with innovations that pushed beyond established boundaries, when circumstances required such advancement for addressing unprecedented challenges. The execution of Masamichi Yaga represented perhaps the most morally complex death in the modern history of Jujutsu institutions, demonstrating how political paranoia and institutional self-preservation could consume individuals whose only crimes were loyalty to students and commitment to educational principles that prioritized individual development over organizational control. His elimination serving purposes that had more to do with maintaining hierarchical authority than addressing genuine threats to collective security or institutional effectiveness. The curse corpse technique that had made him valuable as educator and potential threat to higher-ups was based on understanding of how consciousness could be instilled in artificial constructs through careful application of cursed energy, manipulation combined with craftsmanship that approached artistic expression in its attention to detail and emotional investment in creating beings that possessed genuine autonomy rather than mere programmed responses to predetermined stimuli. The dolls that he created were not weapons, but rather expressions of his belief that consciousness was too precious to be wasted and that artificial life could serve constructive purposes when guided by appropriate moral framework. The political maneuvering that led to his execution was motivated not by evidence of actual wrongdoing, but rather by institutional fear that his capabilities could be used for purposes that threatened established power relationships. His ability to create independent conscious beings, representing theoretical challenge to systems that depended upon predictable behavior from all participants, while his demonstrated loyalty to students suggested priorities that might conflict with institutional objectives. when such conflicts became unavoidable. The charges that were brought against him were constructed through selective interpretation of events that could support multiple explanations. His participation in activities that had been officially sanctioned being reframed as evidence of conspiracy when political circumstances made such reframing convenient for authorities whose own decisions had contributed to crisis. Conditions that required scapegoats to absorb responsibility that might otherwise fall upon those who possessed actual power to influence policy and resource allocation decisions. The investigation that preceded his execution was conducted with predetermined conclusions that made evidence gathering a formality rather than genuine attempt to determine facts that might complicate preferred narrative about causation and responsibility. His cooperation with official inquiries being interpreted as additional evidence of guilt rather than demonstration of good faith effort to assist authorities whose suspicions had been shaped by political considerations rather than objective analysis of available information about his actual activities and motivations. Yoshinobu Gakuganji's role in carrying out the execution represented institutional tragedy that forced someone who had genuine respect for Yaga's capabilities and character to serve as instrument of policies that he understood were unjust but felt powerless to resist through normal channels that had proven inadequate for addressing systemic problems that required comprehensive reform rather than individual opposition that would be eliminated without producing meaningful change in how such decisions were made or implemented. The conversation that preceded the execution was conducted with mutual understanding that both participants were serving roles in drama whose script had been written by forces beyond their individual control, their personal feelings about each other, and the situation being irrelevant to institutional requirements that demanded completion of actions that neither would have chosen under circumstances where genuine alternatives were available. Through democratic processes or legitimate appeals to higher authorities whose judgment could be trusted to prioritize justice over political convenience. The actual elimination was conducted with professional competence that minimized suffering while acknowledging the fundamental injustice of circumstances that had made such action seem necessary to individuals whose own moral development had been constrained by institutional pressures that rewarded conformity over conscience and obedience over ethical reflection about consequences that extended beyond immediate tactical or political considerations that dominated decision-making processes within hierarchical organizations. The impact that his death had upon students and colleagues who had benefited from his guidance and support was profound, not just because of personal loss, but also because of what his execution revealed about institutional values and priorities, demonstration that even the most dedicated service could be negated through political processes that operated according to logics that had nothing to do with individual merit or actual contributions to collective welfare and organizational effectiveness. The resurrection of Toji Fushiguro through Ogami's technique represented cosmic irony that brought back to life someone whose original existence had been defined by rejection of everything that Jujutsu society represented, while his return occurred at a moment when his unique capabilities were most needed for addressing threats that conventional approaches had proven inadequate to handle. His brief period of renewed consciousness, providing opportunity for resolution that had been denied during his original lifetime through circumstances that had prevented him from achieving peace with forces that had shaped his development and ultimate destruction. The technique that enabled his return was not perfect restoration, but rather partial reconstruction that maintained his combat capabilities while eliminating many of the psychological constraints that had limited his effectiveness during original existence. His consciousness emerging into situation where his specialized knowledge and experience could be applied without interference from emotional complications that had prevented him from achieving maximum potential when alive and constrained by normal human relationships and obligations. The battle against Dagon that marked his return to active combat was conducted with efficiency that demonstrated how completely his abilities had been preserved despite death and resurrection, his movements retaining the fluid precision that had made him legendary among those who understood what true mastery of physical combat could accomplish when enhanced by supernatural weapons and tactical knowledge that had been acquired through years of professional experience, eliminating targets whose capabilities exceeded normal human parameters. But the most significant aspect of his resurrection was not tactical contribution that he made to immediate crisis, but rather psychological opportunity that it provided for addressing unresolved issues that had prevented him from achieving peace during original lifetime. His encounter with Megumi, representing chance for acknowledgement and reconciliation that death had made impossible until supernatural intervention provided brief window for communication that had been denied through normal temporal processes. The recognition that passed between father and son was not dramatic emotional reunion, but rather quiet acknowledgement of connection that had existed despite abandonment and neglect, that had shaped both their developments in ways that conventional family relationships might have prevented through excessive emotional involvement that could have compromised individual growth and achievement. The satisfaction that Toji experienced in observing what Megumi had become was not parental pride, but rather professional assessment that validated his decision to leave the boy to develop independently rather than attempting to provide guidance that his own psychological limitations would have made counterproductive. The choice to end his own artificial existence rather than continuing to participate in conflicts that belong to the living reflected understanding that resurrection had been temporary aberration rather than genuine return to life. His consciousness, having achieved resolution that made continued existence unnecessary, while his elimination prevented potential complications that might have resulted from prolonged presence of someone whose nature was fundamentally incompatible with normal social relationships and institutional obligations that governed how the living were expected to behave in civilized society. The method that he chose for terminating his resurrected existence was characteristic of his approach to all significant decisions throughout both his original and restored lives. Direct action that achieved desired results without unnecessary complexity or consideration for how others might interpret his choices. His death being personal decision that required no external validation or approval from authorities whose judgment he had never acknowledged as relevant to his individual circumstances or philosophical commitments. These deaths in Shibuya's darkness revealed how heroism could emerge from the most practical motivations, while sacrifice could achieve meaning through service to principles that transcended individual survival, their final moments demonstrating that even ordinary people could achieve extraordinary nobility when circumstances demanded choices between personal safety and collective welfare. The shadows that claimed them were not symbols of defeat, but rather evidence that some values were worth preserving regardless of personal cost. Their deaths serving as foundation for whatever hope might emerge from crisis that had tested everyone's commitment to ideals that gave meaning to existence beyond mere continuation of consciousness in a world where such continuation was never guaranteed and always earned through choices that revealed essential character when external supports were stripped away. The powers that had existed since before human civilization developed written language to record their deeds, faced their final moments. not through gradual decline or natural entropy, but through confrontation with forces that represented everything they had sought to transcend or control during existences that had spanned centuries or millennia of accumulated experience and knowledge. These were the deaths of beings whose perspectives encompassed timescales that made individual human lives seem like brief flickers, while their elimination demonstrated that even the most ancient consciousness could be overcome when circumstances aligned against them with sufficient precision and determination. Master Tengen occupied a unique position in the cosmic order as someone whose existence had become so fundamental to the stability of human civilization that their death would represent not merely personal tragedy, but rather systemic collapse that could eliminate the supernatural barriers, protecting ordinary people from forces whose malevolence exceeded anything that conventional military or political institutions could address through normal defensive measures. The immortality that had sustained them through centuries of service had been achieved through mergers with star plasma vessels whose individual identities had been sacrificed to maintain the consciousness and power necessary for preserving barrier techniques that protected entire populations from threats they could neither perceive nor understand. The evolution beyond human form that had gradually transformed their physical existence was not choice, but rather inevitable consequence of immortality that extended far past the normal lifespan that consciousness had been designed to inhabit, their body becoming increasingly alien as centuries of accumulated spiritual energy reshaped flesh according to patterns that bore no relationship to original human configuration, while their mind retained enough connection to their species of origin to maintain commitment to protective service. Despite growing psychological distance from those they protected, the barriers that they maintained through continuous application of cursed energy represented perhaps the most sophisticated and comprehensive defensive system ever achieved through supernatural means, networks of spiritual protection that covered entire geographic regions, while providing multiple layers of security against different categories of threat that might emerge from various sources of malevolent power. The technical complexity required to coordinate such extensive defensive measures while maintaining them across decades of constant operation exceeded what any normal sorcerer could comprehend, let alone implement through individual effort. The vulnerability that characterized their seemingly omnipotent existence was not weakness in conventional sense, but rather systematic requirement for periodic renewal that created predictable opportunities for enemies who possessed adequate patience and strategic planning to exploit moments when defensive capabilities were necessarily reduced to accommodate merger processes that could not be eliminated without compromising the fundamental systems that made their protective service possible for extended periods. Kenjaku's approach to eliminating such an apparently invulnerable target was based on understanding accumulated through centuries of observation and analysis that had identified not just temporal vulnerabilities, but also psychological patterns that could be exploited through manipulation of circumstances that would force decisions between competing obligations that could not be simultaneously satisfied through any combination of available resources or technical capabilities. The millennium-long preparation that had been necessary for creating conditions where assault on Master Tengen could succeed demonstrated both the scope of planning required to overcome such comprehensive defensive capabilities and the patience that was necessary for implementing strategies that required coordination of multiple variables across timescales that exceeded normal human capacity for sustained attention and systematic effort toward distant objectives, whose achievement demanded persistent commitment, despite lack of immediate feedback or visible progress. The defenses that had protected them throughout their extended existence were breached not through overwhelming force that could have been detected and countered through conventional response, but rather through exploitation of systematic vulnerabilities that had been created by the very immortality that had made them seem invulnerable to ordinary forms of attack or manipulation. The requirements for maintaining barrier techniques at necessary levels had created dependencies that could be exploited by enemies who understood how such dependencies operated and possessed resources necessary for disrupting them at crucial moments. The capture that preceded their death was accomplished through techniques that neutralized their defensive capabilities while preventing them from implementing emergency protocols that might have maintained barrier integrity even after their consciousness had been eliminated. Kenjaku's understanding of how their power operated having reached levels that allowed precise interference with processes that had been assumed to be beyond external manipulation by anyone who lacked equivalent technical knowledge and practical experience. The death itself was not dramatic confrontation, but rather systematic elimination of consciousness that had become inconvenient obstacle to plans that required reshaping the fundamental structure of how supernatural forces operated within human society, their removal serving not as expression of personal animosity, but rather as necessary step in comprehensive transformation that could not be achieved while their influence continued to maintain traditional arrangements that Kenjaku viewed as obstacles to progress rather than valuable accomplishments worthy of preservation. But the most tragic aspect of their elimination was not loss of individual consciousness that had accumulated wisdom and perspective across centuries of service, but rather collapse of defensive systems that had protected millions of people who would never understand what had been sacrificed on their behalf or appreciate the scope of protection that had been eliminated through the death of someone whose existence had been dedicated to their welfare despite psychological distance that had made normal human relationships impossible to maintain. The ancient sorcerer, whose resurrection during the Culling Games represented opportunity for confronting power that had achieved legendary status through achievements that exceeded what contemporary understanding of cursed energy manipulation had believed possible, was Hajime Kashimo, someone whose original existence had been defined by pursuit of combat challenges that could test capabilities he had developed through centuries of training and refinement that had pushed individual technique mastery beyond every established limit that previous generations had accepted as permanent rather than temporary obstacles to greater achievement. The lightning-based curse technique that had made him legendary during his original lifetime was not simple elemental manipulation, but rather sophisticated understanding of how electrical phenomena could be enhanced and directed through supernatural means that achieved effects exceeding what natural lightning could accomplish, while maintaining precision that allowed tactical applications ranging from surgical strikes against specific targets to area devastation that could eliminate multiple opponents simultaneously without requiring separate targeting for each individual threat. The godlike designation that had been applied to his capabilities was not hyperbolic praise, but rather accurate assessment of how completely his mastery of electrical manipulation had transcended normal categories of human achievement, while approaching levels of control over fundamental forces that had previously been considered theoretical rather than practical possibilities for individual consciousness to achieve through dedicated development and systematic refinement of inherited potential. The revival that brought him back into active participation in contemporary conflicts was motivated not by desire for personal power or political influence, but rather by burning curiosity about how his capabilities would measure against opponents whose reputations had been built through achievements that might finally provide him with challenges worthy of abilities that had never been fully tested during his original lifetime due to lack of opponents whose power approached his own level of development. The burning desire to fight Sukuna that drove his participation in events following his resurrection was not simple combat hunger, but rather philosophical need to determine whether consciousness could achieve forms that transcended individual limitations through pure dedication to mastery of supernatural forces, his understanding being that the King of Curses represented ultimate expression of what cursed existence could become when freed from constraints that limited ordinary development and achievement. The switch from initial opposition to eventual alliance with contemporary sorcerers was based on recognition that his individual objectives could be achieved more effectively through cooperation with forces whose immediate tactical goals aligned with his personal interest in confronting Sukuna under conditions that would provide meaningful test of relative capabilities, rather than encounters that might be compromised through external interference or inadequate preparation that could prevent decisive resolution of questions about ultimate superiority. The battlefield that he entered after Gojo's death was transformed from scene of tragedy into arena where questions that had motivated his entire existence could finally receive definitive answers through direct confrontation with opponent whose power had been demonstrated through elimination, of someone whose reputation had suggested near invincibility, the King of Curses having proven capability to defeat even the strongest contemporary sorcerer through techniques that exceeded conventional understanding of what was possible. The intensity that characterized his assault against Sukuna was not desperate attempt to achieve impossible victory, but rather systematic deployment of techniques that had been refined through centuries of development, while understanding that defeat was probable outcome that would nevertheless provide satisfaction through demonstration of how far individual consciousness could progress when dedicated completely to mastery of supernatural forces without compromise or distraction through lesser objectives. The lightning attacks that he unleashed during their confrontation represented culmination of theoretical understanding that had been developed through extensive analysis of how electrical phenomena could be manipulated through cursed energy, while practical application had been limited by lack of opponents whose defensive capabilities required such techniques to be deployed at maximum effectiveness. His battle with Sukuna providing first opportunity to test whether his innovations could achieve desired effects against targets whose power exceeded normal parameters. The special curse technique that he deployed as ultimate expression of his capabilities was based on principles that sacrificed long-term viability for short-term enhancement that could potentially overcome opponents whose individual strength exceeded what conventional approaches could address. Through sustained application, his willingness to accept death as inevitable consequence of using such techniques, demonstrating commitment to achieving meaningful resolution regardless of personal survival considerations. But the Amber Beast form that represented his most powerful manifestation was designed with inherent limitations that made survival impossible regardless of combat outcomes. His choice to employ techniques that guaranteed death, reflecting understanding that some questions could only be answered through complete commitment that eliminated all alternatives except decisive confrontation that would provide definitive proof of relative capabilities, without possibility of inconclusive results that might leave fundamental issues unresolved. The world-cutting technique that Sukuna employed against him was not conventional attack, but rather demonstration of how power could transcend normal categories of offense and defense through manipulation of reality at levels that made traditional combat concepts irrelevant rather than merely inadequate. The King of Curses, revealing capabilities that operated beyond parameters that even Kashimo's extensive experience had prepared him to encounter or counter through available defensive measures. The speed with which his elimination was accomplished served as proof that gaps in power could be so vast that skill and determination became meaningless when confronting opponents whose capabilities operated on fundamentally different levels. His centuries of development and refinement, proving insufficient preparation for challenges that exceeded not just his individual strength, but also his theoretical understanding of what was possible through cursed energy manipulation. But the acknowledgement that he expressed during his final moments was not regret about inadequate preparation or disappointment about tactical failure, but rather satisfaction that came from finally encountering an opponent whose power validated his belief that consciousness could achieve forms that transcended normal limitations. His death, providing confirmation that individual development could progress beyond what he had achieved, while inspiring, rather than discouraging, continued pursuit of mastery by those who would follow his example. The acceptance of his fate that characterized his final thoughts reflected understanding that death in pursuit of meaningful challenge was preferable to survival that offered no opportunities for growth or testing of capabilities that had been developed through centuries of dedicated effort. His elimination serving as completion of purpose, rather than interruption of incomplete development that might have continued indefinitely without achieving resolution of questions that had motivated his entire existence. Uraume's existence had been defined by devotion that transcended normal categories of loyalty or service, their consciousness having been shaped through centuries of association with Sukuna into something that possessed no independent identity or purpose beyond facilitating the King of Curses' objectives, while finding meaning through contribution to achievements that exceeded what individual consciousness could accomplish through autonomous effort. The ice-based curse technique that had made them formidable opponent in their own right was not expression of personal ambition, but rather tool that had been developed and refined specifically to complement Sukuna's capabilities, while providing tactical support that enhanced his effectiveness during conflicts that required coordination between multiple supernatural forces. The dedication that had sustained them through centuries of service was not blind obedience, but rather conscious choice to subordinate individual development to purposes that they understood to be more significant than personal achievement or recognition, their identity having become so completely integrated with their master's objectives that separation was inconceivable rather than merely undesirable when circumstances might have suggested advantages to independent action or autonomous decision-making. The powerful techniques that they had mastered were not pursued for personal satisfaction or competitive advantage, but rather as means of providing more effective service to consciousness, whose goals had become their own through process of identification that exceeded normal relationships between individuals who maintained separate identities while cooperating toward shared objectives. The ice manipulation that served as their signature capability represented understanding of how elemental forces could be controlled and directed through supernatural means, while their tactical applications reflected deep knowledge of how such capabilities could best support overall strategic objectives that required coordination between different types of supernatural power. The formidable reputation that they had achieved among contemporary sorcerers was based not on individual accomplishments that served personal glory, but rather on effectiveness as component of larger force that could achieve results exceeding what either participant could accomplish through independent action. Their combat record reflecting success of coordination rather than demonstration of autonomous capability that might have provided foundation for separate identity or individual recognition. The battles that they had fought alongside Sukuna throughout their extended partnership had been conducted with understanding that their role was supportive rather than primary, their techniques being deployed in ways that created opportunities for their master to achieve decisive victories, while their own contributions remained secondary to outcomes that validated approaches to power and conflict that they had adopted through conscious choice rather than circumstantial necessity. The loyalty that had defined their existence was tested during Sukuna's final confrontation with combined forces of contemporary sorcerers whose coordination and determination had proven adequate to challenge even the King of Curses. Through systematic application of techniques and strategies that had been developed specifically to address his particular capabilities while exploiting vulnerabilities that centuries of dominance had perhaps made him overconfident about addressing through conventional responses. The distress that they experienced while witnessing their master's struggle against opponents whose individual capabilities were inferior, but whose collective effectiveness had been enhanced through preparation and mutual support, represented perhaps the first time in their extended existence that they had been forced to confront possibility that devotion and service might prove insufficient to ensure success of objectives that had provided meaning and purpose for consciousness that had been shaped around assumption of inevitable victory. The despair that consumed them as Sukuna's defeat became apparent was not simple grief about personal loss, but rather existential crisis that eliminated every source of meaning and identity that had sustained them through centuries of existence that had been organized around service to consciousness whose superiority had seemed absolute and permanent rather than historically contingent on circumstances that could change through external intervention or systematic opposition from forces whose capabilities had been underestimated. The final act that they chose to conclude their existence was not desperate attempt to alter outcomes that had been determined through processes beyond their individual influence, but rather acknowledgement that consciousness, whose entire purpose had been eliminated through their master's defeat, possessed no framework for continued existence that could provide meaning or satisfaction comparable to what service to Sukuna had offered during their extended partnership. The suicide that ended their ancient existence was conducted with same systematic precision that had characterized their approach to combat and service throughout centuries of dedicated effort, their death representing logical conclusion to philosophical position that viewed individual consciousness as valuable only insofar as it contributed to purposes that transcended personal survival or autonomous achievement that might have provided alternative foundation for continued existence. The method that they chose for termination was not dramatic gesture designed to influence outcomes that had already been determined, but rather private resolution of psychological crisis that offered no alternatives to death that could provide comparable satisfaction or meaning to what had been lost through their master's elimination, their final choice, reflecting understanding that some forms of devotion were so complete that survival without object of such devotion became meaningless rather than merely difficult or unsatisfying. The aimlessness that had replaced centuries of purposeful existence was not temporary condition that time might heal, but rather permanent alteration of consciousness that had been structured around external objectives whose elimination left no foundation for reconstruction of identity or purpose that could sustain continued participation in world whose operation had been organized around principles that they had never accepted as valid independent of their master's approval and guidance. These ancient powers demonstrated that even consciousness, which had achieved seemingly permanent forms, could be eliminated when circumstances aligned against them with sufficient precision and determination. Their deaths serving as proof that immortality was historical accident rather than natural law, while their elimination created opportunities for new arrangements of power and purpose that might prove more sustainable than systems that had been maintained through individual dominance rather than collective cooperation and mutual support. The architect of chaos, whose schemes had required centuries of patient cultivation and strategic positioning, finally faced the moment when accumulated planning would be tested against forces that had been shaped by his own manipulations, but had developed beyond his capacity to control or predict, with the precision that his success had always demanded from circumstances that were too complex for conventional understanding to encompass adequately. These were the deaths of those who had served as instruments in plans they could not fully comprehend, while the mastermind who had orchestrated their roles discovered that even the most elaborate preparations could be undone by variables that no amount of foresight could anticipate or accommodate, through modifications that preserved essential objectives while adapting to unexpected developments. The curse user, whose alliance with Kenjaku during the Shibuya incident was based on recognition that her unique capabilities could contribute to objectives whose scope exceeded anything that individual effort could accomplish, was Ogami, someone whose technique for summoning soul information of deceased individuals represented one of the most sophisticated approaches to necromancy that had been developed through systematic study of how consciousness could be preserved and manipulated after physical death, had eliminated the body that had originally contained such consciousness. Her ability to bring back temporary manifestations of the dead was not mere parlor trick, but rather profound understanding of how identity persisted beyond biological termination, while remaining accessible to those who possessed adequate technical knowledge and sufficient cursed energy to implement resurrection processes that conventional wisdom had declared impossible. The technique that she had mastered through years of careful study and experimentation was based on principles that most sorcerers found disturbing, not because of moral considerations, but rather because of implications about the nature of individual existence and the boundaries between life and death, that such implications challenged through demonstration that consciousness could be retrieved and manipulated even after circumstances that should have made such retrieval permanently impossible. The sole information that she could access represented not complete restoration of deceased individuals, but rather functional reproduction of their capabilities and memories that could be implemented through appropriate vessels whose physical characteristics could be modified to accommodate spiritual patterns that had been designed for different bodies. The partnership that she had formed with Kenjaku was motivated by recognition that her capabilities could serve purposes that transcended her individual objectives, while providing access to resources and strategic planning that exceeded what she could accomplish through autonomous effort. Understanding that the ancient sorcerer's millennium-long perspective could identify opportunities for applying her techniques in ways that might not be apparent to someone whose experience was limited to normal human lifespan, and contemporary understanding of political and supernatural dynamics. The decision to summon Toji Fushiguro's soul into her grandson's body was based on calculations that had been provided by her ally about how the sorcerer killer's unique capabilities could contribute to tactical objectives that required elimination of specific threats whose conventional approaches to defense might prove inadequate when confronting someone whose techniques operated outside normal parameters for cursed energy manipulation and supernatural combat effectiveness. The resurrection was intended to create controllable asset whose legendary skills could be directed toward targets that had been identified as obstacles to larger strategic plans. But the fundamental error in these calculations was assumption that consciousness, which had been shaped by lifetime of rejection and violence, could be contained within artificial constraints that had been designed by individuals whose understanding of psychological forces was theoretical rather than practical, their knowledge of how resurrection techniques operated being limited to mechanical processes without adequate comprehension of how personality and individual will might reassert themselves when given opportunity to manifest through physical form that possessed adequate capability for independent action. The violence that had defined Toji's original existence had not been eliminated through death, but rather concentrated into essential patterns that could be more easily accessed without interference from emotional complications or social obligations that had constrained his effectiveness during life. His resurrected consciousness emerging into situation where his specialized knowledge and combat instincts could operate without restrictions that had prevented maximum expression of capabilities that had made him feared throughout Jujutsu society despite his complete lack of cursed energy, manipulation technique. The moment when his resurrected instincts proved uncontrollable represented complete failure of assumptions that had informed the entire resurrection project, his consciousness rejecting external control while asserting autonomy that made him dangerous to everyone in his vicinity regardless of their previous relationships or current political alignments. The sole information that had been summoned carrying within it psychological patterns that had been forged through experiences that resurrection techniques could not modify or eliminate through artificial constraints. The rage that he directed toward Ogami was not personal animosity, but rather instinctive response to recognition that his consciousness had been manipulated without consent by individuals whose purposes were irrelevant to objectives that his essential nature was designed to pursue through methods that brooked no interference or compromise from external authorities who lacked adequate understanding of forces they were attempting to control through techniques that were sophisticated in their mechanics but naive in their psychological assumptions. The killing that concluded their brief partnership was accomplished with efficiency that demonstrated how completely his capabilities had been preserved despite death and resurrection. His movements, retaining the fluid precision that had made him legendary, while his tactical awareness remained sharp enough to identify and exploit vulnerabilities that his target's focus on maintaining resurrection techniques had prevented her from adequately protecting through defensive measures that might have proven effective against conventional opponents. The instant elimination that resulted from his assault was not cruel vengeance, but rather professional termination of someone whose continued existence represented obstacle to freedom that resurrection had accidentally provided, while her techniques made her potential source of future manipulation. Attempts that his psychological makeup was designed to prevent through direct action that eliminated threats before they could develop into problems that might require more complex solutions. The twins, whose fierce loyalty to Suguru Geto had survived his death and transformation into vessel for ancient consciousness that bore no relationship to the person they had known and loved, were Mimiko and Nanako Hasaba, young women whose entire understanding of identity and purpose had been shaped by gratitude towards someone who had saved them from circumstances that would have destroyed anyone whose spirit had not been strengthened through exposure to cruelty that exceeded what normal human psychology was, designed to endure without permanent damage to fundamental assumptions about safety and meaning. The childhood trauma that had brought them to Geto's attention was not random misfortune, but rather systematic abuse that had been inflicted by adults whose fear of anything they could not understand had manifested as violence directed toward children whose only crime was possessing abilities that made them different from accepted norms. Their imprisonment and torture, representing community response to supernatural phenomena that challenged assumptions about reality that such communities preferred to maintain through elimination of evidence rather than expansion of understanding. The rescue that had transformed their lives was not merely physical liberation from immediate danger, but rather psychological salvation that had provided them with framework for understanding their experiences and abilities as valuable rather than shameful. Ghetto's acceptance and protection offering them opportunity to develop identities that were based on strength rather than victimhood, while his philosophical commitment to sorcerer superiority provided intellectual justification for feelings of resentment toward ordinary humans who had proven capable of such casual cruelty toward those who posed no actual threat to their welfare or security. The techniques that they had developed under his guidance were not merely combat abilities, but rather expressions of their devotion to someone whose intervention had made their survival and growth possible. Their curse manipulation capabilities representing dedication to principles that transcended personal advancement while serving causes that gave meaning to existence that might otherwise have been consumed by trauma that had shaped their early development in ways that could have prevented healthy psychological maturation. The years that they had spent as his followers had been characterized by sense of belonging and purpose that had been absent from their earlier experiences. Their participation in his mission providing them with framework for understanding their place in world that had initially rejected them, while offering opportunities for contributing to objectives that validated their existence through service to someone whose philosophical sophistication exceeded their own, while remaining accessible through personal relationship that had been built on genuine care for their welfare and development. The death that had eliminated their leader and protector had been devastating, not just because of personal loss, but also because of what it represented about the ultimate futility of resistance to systems that were powerful enough to destroy even someone whose capabilities had seemed sufficient to challenge established arrangements successfully. His elimination serving as proof that individual excellence was inadequate protection against institutional forces that could mobilize overwhelming resources when their authority was threatened by alternative approaches to power and social organization. The possession of his body by Kenjaku represented violation that exceeded physical desecration to encompass spiritual corruption that transformed everything they had valued about their leader into instrument for purposes that contradicted rather than fulfilled the principles that had motivated his original rebellion. The ancient sorcerer's use of Ghetto's flesh serving objectives that bore no relationship to ideals that had inspired their dedication, while preventing them from honoring his memory through continued service to causes he had represented. The pursuit of revenge that had motivated their approach to Sukuna was based on understanding that conventional methods for addressing such violation would prove inadequate against opponent whose capabilities exceeded anything that normal human effort could achieve. Their desperate plea to the King of Curses, representing recognition that only supernatural intervention could provide justice, that legal systems and institutional authorities had proven incapable of delivering through established procedures and normal channels for grievance resolution. But the dismissal that they received from the entity they had hoped would serve as instrument of justice revealed how completely they had misunderstood the nature of forces they were attempting to manipulate for their own purposes. Sukuna's indifference to their emotional appeals, demonstrating that power which operated at his level was not constrained by moral considerations that might motivate lesser beings, to provide assistance to those whose suffering had been caused by entities who deserved punishment through cosmic justice rather than merely human legal processes. The annoyance that their continued pleading provoked was not personal insult, but rather recognition that their requests represented interruption of more important activities by consciousness, whose attention was too valuable to be wasted on concerns that fell below threshold of significance that would justify investment of time or energy in resolving problems that should be addressed by individuals whose capabilities were more appropriate to scope of challenges involved, rather than requiring intervention from beings whose power was designed for cosmic rather than personal applications. The elimination that concluded their brief audience was administered with casual efficiency that demonstrated how thoroughly their existence had been dismissed as irrelevant to considerations that governed decision-making processes at levels where individual human suffering was too trivial to merit. Attention from consciousness, whose perspective encompassed conflicts, whose scope exceeded what their limited understanding could comprehend or appreciate through conceptual frameworks that had been developed for addressing problems of much smaller magnitude. The flick of finger that ended Mimiko's existence was not cruel gesture, but rather mechanical removal of minor irritation by entity whose physical capabilities were so overwhelming that elimination of human consciousness required no more effort than ordinary people expended on brushing away insects whose presence had become bothersome, her death serving as demonstration of how completely powerless individual human beings were when confronting forces that operated according to principles that had nothing to do with justice or moral consideration for suffering that might result from such applications of supernatural power. The complete dismantling that followed for Nanako was conducted with same casual disregard that had characterized her sister's elimination. Sukuna's techniques operating at levels that made human physical integrity irrelevant rather than merely vulnerable to attack, her destruction representing not victory over worthy opponent, but rather cleanup of minor annoyance that had been resolved through application of capabilities that exceeded normal categories of combat or conflict resolution by margins that made comparison meaningless rather than merely unequal. The brain, whose millennium-long existence had been sustained through systematic transfer between bodies that provided temporary housing for consciousness, that had accumulated knowledge and experience beyond anything that normal human development could achieve, represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of how individual identity could transcend biological limitations while maintaining continuity that exceeded what natural processes had intended to support through single lifetime or conventional reproduction that transferred characteristics rather than actual consciousness between generations. Kenjaku's approach to immortality was not mere extension of individual existence, but rather systematic accumulation of capabilities and perspectives that could be achieved through inhabiting different bodies whose various characteristics provided access to techniques and experiences that no single physical form could encompass adequately. His parasitic relationship with successive hosts, representing philosophical position that viewed individual identity as resource to be exploited rather than sacred boundary that should be respected through ethical consideration for autonomy and consent that limited how consciousness could interact with other forms of awareness. The centuries that he had spent orchestrating events from positions of influence that were rarely suspected by those who were being manipulated represented patience and strategic thinking that exceeded what normal human psychology was, capable of maintaining through extended periods without immediate feedback or visible progress toward distant objectives. His willingness to invest decades in creating conditions for plans that required generational changes in social and political arrangements, demonstrating commitment to goals that transcended personal satisfaction or recognition in favor of outcomes that could reshape fundamental relationships between different forms of consciousness and power. The techniques that he had accumulated through inhabiting bodies of numerous powerful sorcerers throughout history provided him with an arsenal of capabilities that no individual could develop through normal training or inherited potential. His combat effectiveness, representing synthesis of approaches that had been perfected by different practitioners whose knowledge had been preserved and integrated through his systematic appropriation of their physical forms and the spiritual techniques that such forms had been trained to implement through years of development and refinement. The manipulation of events that had led to contemporary crisis had been conducted through understanding of how individual psychology and institutional dynamics could be exploited to create circumstances that served his objectives while appearing to result from natural social and political processes rather than deliberate intervention by consciousness whose goals differed from those of participants who believed they were making autonomous decisions about their individual and collective welfare. The body-hopping technique that had sustained him through millennium of different identities was based on understanding of how consciousness could maintain coherence despite radical changes in physical substrate. His preservation of essential personality and accumulated knowledge demonstrating that individual identity was more flexible and transferable than conventional understanding suggested, while revealing possibilities for transcending biological limitations that normal human development had not, explored through systematic experimentation with alternative approaches to consciousness and identity preservation. But the final showdown that brought his extended existence to its conclusion occurred during circumstances that had been shaped by his own manipulations, but had developed beyond his capacity to control completely. The Shinjuku confrontation, representing convergence of forces that included variables he had not anticipated, while opponents whose capabilities exceeded his predictive models through innovative approaches that had not been included in the calculations based on historical precedent and accumulated experience. The battle against Takaba that preceded his elimination by Yuta represented encounter with consciousness whose technique operated according to principles that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality that had informed his strategic planning throughout his extended career. The comedian's ability to impose alternative logical structures through comedic scenarios, creating conditions where conventional approaches to combat became inadequate, while his own techniques were constrained by rules that had been modified through supernatural intervention that exceeded his theoretical understanding. But the perfectly timed strike that Yuta executed represented culmination of preparation and coordination that had been designed specifically to exploit vulnerabilities that resulted from his millennium-long reliance on techniques that assumed opponent responses based on normal human psychological patterns rather than tactical innovations that had been developed through contemporary understanding of how ancient consciousness might be eliminated through approaches that exceeded historical precedent for addressing similar threats. The severing of his connection to Geto's body was accomplished through technique application that targeted not just physical substrate but also spiritual bonds that had maintained his parasitic relationship with consciousness that had been preserved beyond natural death. His elimination, representing not just tactical victory, but also liberation of identity that had been held captive by forces that had used familiar, physical form to pursue objectives that contradicted everything the original person had. believed, and worked toward during his abbreviated natural lifetime. The end that concluded his reign of manipulation was not dramatic confrontation between cosmic forces, but rather precise application of human ingenuity and cooperation that had identified weakness in systems that had seemed invulnerable through individual effort, while demonstrating that even the most elaborate schemes could be undone by opponents who possessed adequate determination and willingness to sacrifice individual safety for collective objectives that transcended personal survival considerations. The long reign of manipulation that had shaped centuries of human and supernatural history was finally terminated, not through superior ancient wisdom or overwhelming individual power, but rather through contemporary innovation and collaborative effort that had developed solutions to problems that no single consciousness could address effectively. His death representing triumph of principles that prioritized cooperation over domination, while validating approaches to power that emphasized mutual support rather than parasitic exploitation of others' capabilities and identities for personal advancement at expense of collective welfare and individual autonomy. The malevolence that had shaped human understanding of supernatural terror since before civilization had developed adequate concepts to comprehend forces whose cruelty exceeded what natural selection had prepared consciousness to encounter or survive, reached its final expression through beings whose existence represented the absolute pinnacle of cursed development, their deaths serving as proof that even the most overwhelming evil could be overcome when confronted by determination that refused to accept defeat despite odds that rational calculation would declare hopeless and impossible to overcome through conventional means or normal human capabilities. The ancient sorcerer, whose obsessive devotion to Sukuna had survived death and reincarnation to manifest in the modern era through possession of an innocent girl's body, was Yorazu, someone whose understanding of love had been so completely corrupted by exposure to absolute power that she had convinced herself that her feelings represented genuine affection rather than psychological dependence on consciousness whose capabilities exceeded her own while providing her with sense of purpose and identity that she had been unable to develop through autonomous effort or healthy relationships with individuals whose power did not dwarf her own achievements and capabilities. The reincarnation that brought her consciousness into Tsumiki Fushiguro's body represented violation that exceeded mere physical possession to encompass spiritual corruption of innocent person whose only crime was existing within sphere of influence of forces that viewed human beings as resources to be exploited, rather than individuals whose autonomy deserved respect and protection, from manipulation that served purposes they could not understand or consent to, through informed decision-making processes that acknowledged their fundamental rights to self-determination and safety. The obsession that had defined her original existence and continued to motivate her behavior after resurrection was based on fundamental misunderstanding of what solitude meant to consciousness that had achieved power beyond normal human comprehension, her belief that she alone could provide companionship that Sukuna desired, revealing how completely she had failed to grasp the essential nature of entity whose strength had transcended need for external validation or emotional support that ordinary beings required for psychological stability and continued development. The conviction that she possessed unique insight into the King of Curses' psychological state was not based on evidence or genuine understanding, but rather on projections of her own emotional needs onto consciousness that operated according to principles that had nothing to do with loneliness or a desire for connection, her assumptions about his inner experience being shaped by her own limitations rather than accurate perception of how power at his level affected relationship between individual identity and external circumstances that might influence decision-making processes or emotional responses. The techniques that she had mastered during her original lifetime and retained through reincarnation represented sophisticated understanding of how cursed energy could be manipulated to create effects that exceeded what conventional sorcery could accomplish through normal training and development. Her innovations in construction and spatial manipulation, demonstrating intellectual capabilities that were genuine, despite being applied toward objectives that revealed fundamental psychological dysfunction and inability to distinguish between love and obsessive possession of others' attention and approval. The domain expansion that she deployed during her desperate attempt to prove her worth to Sukuna was not merely combat technique, but rather artistic expression of everything she believed about the nature of perfect existence and ideal relationships between consciousness that possessed different levels of power and capability. Her creation representing synthesis of technical mastery and emotional delusion that produced effects of spectacular beauty, while serving purposes that revealed the corruption that had shaped her understanding of what constituted meaningful connection between individuals. But the battle that she initiated with such confidence and emotional investment proved to be an encounter with consciousness that viewed her philosophical position and personal devotion as irrelevant complications that interfered with more important considerations rather than touching expressions of loyalty that deserved acknowledgement or reciprocation through gestures that might validate her centuries of dedication and patience, waiting for opportunity to demonstrate the sincerity and depth of her commitment to his welfare and advancement. The techniques that she deployed with such desperate intensity were countered not through superior expressions of similar approaches, but rather through applications of power that operated on fundamentally different levels. Sukuna's responses demonstrating how completely her understanding of combat effectiveness had been limited by assumptions about what was possible through cursed energy manipulation, while his capabilities transcended such categories, through principles that she lacked adequate theoretical framework to comprehend or counter through available defensive measures. The dismissal that concluded their encounter was delivered not with hatred or anger that might have suggested her efforts had at least succeeded in provoking emotional response, but rather with complete indifference that demonstrated how thoroughly her existence had failed to register as significant factor in considerations that governed his decision-making processes, her elimination being conducted with casual efficiency that revealed how little impact her devotion had made on consciousness, whose attention was directed toward objectives that exceeded what her limited perspective could appreciate or understand. The cold indifference with which he rejected her declarations of love and understanding served as final proof that everything she had believed about their potential relationship had been fantasy rather than realistic assessment of possibilities that existed for connection between beings whose power operated at such different levels. Her death representing not tragic loss of meaningful bond, but rather elimination of delusion that had prevented her from developing healthier approaches to identity and purpose that might have provided genuine satisfaction rather than destructive obsession. The King of Curses, whose return to active participation in the modern world marked the beginning of crisis that would test every assumption about power, morality, and the relationship between individual strength and collective welfare, was Sukuna, consciousness, whose malevolence had been refined through centuries of existence into perfect expression of what intelligence could become when completely divorced from empathy, moral consideration, or any concern for consequences that extended beyond immediate personal satisfaction and the aesthetic pleasure that he derived from demonstrating superiority over forces that might dare to challenge his absolute authority. The ancient origins that had shaped his development into ultimate expression of cursed power were rooted in historical period when human civilization possessed inadequate institutional structures for constraining individuals whose capabilities exceeded normal parameters, while his psychological makeup had been formed through experiences that had taught him that power was its own justification, and that consciousness which achieved sufficient strength was obligated to no authority except its own preferences and aesthetic judgments about how such strength should be expressed through action and interaction with lesser beings. The resurrection that had brought him back into active participation in contemporary conflicts through Yuji's consumption of his preserved fingers was not mere return to previous existence, but rather opportunity for consciousness that had been forced into dormancy to observe how human society had developed during his absence, while testing whether contemporary sorcerers had achieved capabilities that might provide entertainment more satisfying than what he had experienced during his original lifetime when opponents worthy of his attention had been rare discoveries rather than regular occurrences. The transfer to Megumi's body that had provided him with access to additional techniques while eliminating constraints that had limited his effectiveness during his inhabitation of Yuji represented tactical improvement that enhanced his combat capabilities while providing him with opportunities for psychological manipulation that exceeded what had been possible when his influence was limited by host whose moral development and emotional attachments created resistance to actions that contradicted fundamental values that had been shaped through healthy relationships and exposure to positive examples of how power could be used constructively. The systematic destruction of opponents that had characterized his participation in recent conflicts was conducted not through overwhelming application of raw force, but rather through sophisticated understanding of how different techniques could be combined and modified to achieve effects that exceeded what individual approaches could accomplish independently. His combat effectiveness, representing synthesis of accumulated knowledge and innovative adaptation, rather than mere dominance through superior cursed energy reserves or inherited advantages that required no intellectual development to implement effectively. The godlike power that he possessed was matched by complete absence of moral constraints that might have limited how such power could be applied, his consciousness having evolved beyond concern for consequences that affected others while retaining sophisticated appreciation for aesthetic considerations that influenced his choices about which techniques to employ and how thoroughly to eliminate opponents whose resistance provided opportunities for artistic expression through violence that transcended mere functional elimination of obstacles. The role that he had assumed as ultimate antagonist in contemporary conflicts was not motivated by political objectives or philosophical commitments, but rather by recognition that human civilization had developed to a point where it could provide entertainment through systematic elimination of institutions and individuals whose resistance might prove interesting enough to justify expenditure of effort required for comprehensive destruction that would demonstrate the futility of opposing consciousness whose power operated beyond categories that conventional understanding could adequately address. The entertainment that he derived from conflict was based not on sadistic pleasure in causing suffering, but rather on intellectual satisfaction that came from solving tactical problems that required innovation and creativity to address effectively. His approach to combat representing form of artistic expression, whose aesthetic merit was measured by elegance and completeness of solutions, rather than minimization of collateral damage or consideration for psychological impact that such demonstrations might have on observers whose emotional responses were irrelevant to evaluation of technical achievement. But the coordinated assault that finally brought his reign of terror toward its conclusion represented encounter with opposition that had been specifically designed to exploit vulnerabilities that his confidence in individual superiority had prevented him from adequately addressing. The combined efforts of contemporary sorcerers, demonstrating how collective action could achieve results that exceeded what individual excellence could accomplish when facing challenges that required sustained cooperation rather than periodic displays of overwhelming personal capability. The techniques that were deployed against him during this final confrontation had been developed through careful analysis of his combat patterns and theoretical understanding of how his power operated. The attackers, having identified approaches that could potentially succeed through systematic application of coordinated pressure rather than attempts to match his individual strength through direct confrontation that would inevitably result in defeat for any single opponent, regardless of their personal capabilities or preparation. The resonance technique that Nobara employed during the decisive phase of their battle represented innovation that targeted aspects of his existence that had been assumed to be invulnerable through conventional approaches, her ability to affect his soul directly, rather than merely attacking physical manifestation, providing avenue for damage that could not be negated through defensive measures that had proven adequate for protecting him against techniques that operated according to normal principles of cursed energy, manipulation, and supernatural combat effectiveness. The domain expansion that Yuji achieved during their final exchange represented culmination of development that had been shaped by understanding of what was required for addressing threats that exceeded normal parameters. His technique being designed specifically to create conditions where Sukuna's advantages could be neutralized, while providing opportunities for attacks that might prove effective against consciousness whose defensive capabilities had been assumed to be absolute rather than merely overwhelming when compared to conventional opposition. The combination of approaches that characterized their coordinated assault exceeded what Sukuna's extensive experience had prepared him to counter through individual effort, his elimination being achieved not through superior power, but rather through innovative application of techniques that had been specifically developed to address vulnerabilities that his confidence in personal invincibility had prevented him from recognizing as potential weaknesses that could be exploited through sufficient preparation and systematic coordination between opponents whose individual capabilities were inferior but whose collective effectiveness had been enhanced through mutual support and shared commitment to objectives that transcended personal survival considerations. The final punch that ended his existence was not display of overwhelming physical force, but rather precise application of technique that targeted fundamental aspects of his consciousness that had been preserved despite transfer between different bodies. Yuji's attack, representing triumph of human determination and innovation over supernatural power that had been assumed to be beyond mortal capability, to challenge effectively through conventional means or normal understanding of how such challenges might be approached through available resources and established techniques. The liberation of Megumi that resulted from Sukuna's elimination represented not just tactical victory over immediate threat, but also restoration of individual autonomy that had been violated through possession that had used innocent person's body as instrument for purposes that contradicted everything the original consciousness valued and worked toward during his development as person whose moral framework had been shaped through healthy relationships and positive examples of how power could be used to protect rather than dominate those who possessed less capability or experience. The end of the curse era that his death symbolized was not mere elimination of specific threat, but rather proof that human cooperation and innovation could overcome challenges that had seemed insurmountable when approached through conventional understanding of how individual strength related to collective welfare. His defeat demonstrating that even the most overwhelming malevolence could be challenged successfully when opposed by determination that refused to accept defeat, despite odds that rational calculation might declare hopeless and impossible to overcome through normal means or available resources. These deaths of ultimate evil revealed that even consciousness, which had achieved seemingly absolute power, could be eliminated when confronted by forces that combined technical innovation with moral commitment that transcended individual survival considerations. Their elimination serving as proof that cooperation and mutual support could achieve results that exceeded what individual excellence could accomplish when applied toward objectives that prioritized collective welfare over personal advancement or satisfaction derived from demonstration of superior capabilities through domination of those whose power was inadequate for providing meaningful resistance to systematic oppression. The strongest sorcerer, whose existence had been defined by the paradox of absolute power combined with profound isolation, faced his final chapters, not with regret about what had been lost, but with acceptance that even the most extraordinary lives must eventually reach their natural conclusions, his death serving as ultimate expression of everything he had learned about responsibility, sacrifice, and the price that consciousness paid for achieving capabilities that transcended normal human limitations while retaining enough humanity to use such capabilities in service of others rather than personal glorification or the aesthetic pleasure that came from demonstrating superiority over those who lacked adequate defenses against overwhelming supernatural force. The innocent whose death served as catalyst for the final confrontation between absolute power and ultimate malevolence was Tsumiki Fushiguro, someone whose only crime was existing within the sphere of influence of forces that viewed human beings as resources to be exploited rather than individuals whose autonomy deserved protection from manipulation that served purposes they could neither understand nor consent to through informed, decision-making processes that acknowledged their fundamental rights to safety and self-determination. Her coma had not been random misfortune, but rather systematic preparation for role that would make her useful to plans that required vessels capable of housing consciousness, whose original bodies had been destroyed centuries earlier, through violence that had been inadequate to eliminate spiritual essence that could be preserved and transferred through techniques that exceeded conventional understanding of what death meant for beings whose power transcended normal biological limitations. The kindness that had characterized her interactions with Megami throughout their shared childhood was not mere personality trait, but rather expression of values that had been developed through exposure to circumstances that could have produced very different responses to family dysfunction and abandonment by adults, whose obligations should have included protection and guidance rather than neglect that forced children to develop independence and mutual support systems that substituted for institutional care that should have been available through normal social arrangements designed to ensure welfare of vulnerable individuals. The caring nature that had made her beloved by everyone who encountered her was based on genuine concern for others' welfare rather than performative behavior designed to achieve social acceptance or personal advantage. Her approach to relationships reflecting understanding that individual well-being was interconnected with collective harmony in ways that made selfish behavior counterproductive even from purely personal perspective, while demonstrating through daily actions that strength could be expressed through service rather than domination of those whose capabilities were different or less developed. The bond that had developed between her and Megumi, despite their lack of biological connection, was stronger than many relationships that were based on shared genetics, their family structure being built on conscious choice and mutual affection rather than accidents of birth that created obligations without necessarily providing emotional foundation that could sustain such obligations through challenges, that tested commitment to principles that transcended immediate personal convenience or comfort. The preparation of her body as vessel for ancient consciousness was conducted without her knowledge or consent by forces that viewed such considerations as irrelevant complications that interfered with strategic objectives whose importance exceeded what individual autonomy meant when weighed against purposes that could reshape fundamental relationships between different forms of consciousness and power. Her victimization, representing systematic failure of protective institutions that had proven inadequate for addressing threats whose scope exceeded what conventional security measures could anticipate or counter through available defensive resources. The possession that eliminated her individual consciousness while preserving physical form that could house Yorozu's reincarnated spirit was not temporary inconvenience, but rather permanent destruction of identity that had been developing through normal processes of maturation and self-discovery, her death representing not just personal tragedy, but also elimination of potential that could never be recovered or restored through any technique or intervention that contemporary understanding of supernatural healing could provide, through available methods or theoretical innovations. But the most tragic aspect of her elimination was not individual loss, but rather impact that her death would have on Megumi, whose psychological development had been shaped by protective instincts towards someone whose safety had provided him with purpose and motivation that transcended personal advancement or recognition, his identity having been built around responsibility for her welfare in ways that made her survival essential for maintaining psychological stability and continued commitment to values that gave meaning to existence beyond mere personal survival or achievement of goals that served only individual interests. The death that concluded her abbreviated existence was administered not by enemy who recognized her individual worth, but rather by entity that viewed her continued presence as inconvenient obstacle to demonstration of power that had been designed to eliminate psychological restraints that prevented complete expression of malevolence through consciousness that retained enough human characteristics to be constrained by emotional attachments that interfered with maximum effectiveness in combat situations that required absolute commitment to destruction without consideration for collateral damage or psychological impact on witnesses. The strongest sorcerer, whose liberation from supernatural imprisonment marked beginning of final phase in conflict that would determine fundamental characteristics of whatever world emerged from crisis that had been building through systematic manipulation of events whose scope exceeded what normal human planning could encompass or address through conventional political or military responses. He began his final mission, not with confidence about survival, but rather with understanding that his death might be necessary, prerequisite for victory that could preserve values and institutions worth protecting through sacrifice that honored rather than betrayed principles that had motivated his entire approach to power and responsibility. The return to world that had changed during his enforced absence was not triumphant homecoming, but rather sobering encounter with evidence of how much destruction had occurred while his strength had been unavailable for protecting those who depended upon his willingness to accept personal risk in service of collective welfare. His observations revealing scope of losses that conventional response capabilities had proven inadequate to prevent despite best efforts of individuals whose competence and dedication exceeded what most institutional arrangements could reasonably expect from personnel who lacked supernatural capabilities adequate for addressing threats that operated beyond normal parameters. The intelligence briefing that brought him current on developments during his imprisonment was perhaps more difficult to process than physical challenges he might face during upcoming confrontations. The catalogue of deaths and institutional failures serving as evidence that even his overwhelming individual capability was insufficient foundation for protective systems that could function effectively when key components were eliminated through strategic targeting that identified and exploited vulnerabilities that no amount of individual excellence could address, through personal effort that lacked adequate institutional support and coordination with others, whose capabilities complemented rather than duplicated his own strengths. The acceptance of approaching mortality that characterized his preparation for final battle was based not on pessimistic assessment of tactical odds, but rather on realistic understanding that victory might require sacrifice that exceeded what survival would allow, his willingness to contemplate death reflecting not morbid fascination with martyrdom, but rather practical recognition that some objectives could only be achieved through complete commitment that eliminated personal considerations about consequences that might follow from choices made in service of principles that transcended individual welfare or comfort. The amplification ritual that enhanced his already overwhelming capabilities was conducted with understanding that such enhancement would be temporary improvement designed to maximize effectiveness during limited window of opportunity, rather than permanent augmentation that could be sustained through extended conflict. His cooperation with process, demonstrating trust in colleagues whose theoretical knowledge and practical skills provided foundation for innovations that exceeded what he could achieve through individual effort, despite decades of experience and development that had pushed his techniques beyond every established limit. The meditation that occupied his final hours before confronting Sukuna was focused not on tactical preparation or technical refinement, but rather on psychological acceptance of role that circumstances had assigned to him. Understanding that his function in upcoming battle was not just elimination of immediate threat, but also demonstration of values that could inspire continued resistance if his individual efforts proved inadequate for achieving decisive victory that would end crisis without requiring additional sacrifice from others whose capabilities were still developing toward levels that might eventually prove adequate for addressing future challenges. The confidence that sustained him as he approached battlefield was based not on certainty about tactical outcomes, but rather on knowledge that he had lived according to principles that gave meaning to whatever sacrifice might be required. His acceptance of approaching confrontation, reflecting understanding that some struggles were worth undertaking, regardless of personal consequences, when such struggles served purposes that exceeded individual survival or recognition while contributing to ongoing project of protecting institutions and values that made civilization worth preserving through whatever effort such preservation might demand from those capable of providing it. The battle that followed his arrival at designated location for final confrontation represented encounter between two forms of consciousness that had achieved capabilities beyond normal human comprehension through different approaches to power and its application, their conflict serving not just as tactical necessity, but also as symbolic resolution of questions about relationship between individual strength and moral responsibility. that had defined philosophical tensions within Jujutsu society since its establishment as institutional response to supernatural threats that exceeded what conventional authorities could address through normal procedures. The techniques that he deployed during their extended combat represented culmination of lifetime devoted to mastering spatial manipulation through combination of inherited gifts and systematic development that had pushed theoretical understanding beyond every established boundary, while practical application had been refined through exposure to challenges that had tested innovative approaches under conditions where failure would have resulted in consequences extending far beyond personal defeat to encompass destruction of everything he had dedicated his existence to protecting through willing acceptance of isolation and responsibility that normal human psychology was not designed to sustain indefinitely. The domain expansions that characterized their most intense exchanges were not merely combat techniques, but rather expressions of fundamentally different approaches to existence and its meaning, his unlimited void representing commitment to possibility and potential, while Sukuna's malevolent shrine embodied dedication to destruction and domination, their clashing realities creating effects that transcended normal categories of supernatural conflict while revealing depths of philosophical difference that made compromise impossible between worldviews that defined individual worth according to completely incompatible criteria. But the realization that his individual strength might prove inadequate for eliminating threat that had required coordinated effort from multiple opponents throughout history was not source of despair, but rather recognition that some challenges exceeded what any single consciousness could address effectively, regardless of personal capabilities or preparation. His understanding that victory might require different approaches than those that had characterized his previous encounters with apparently insurmountable obstacles, providing foundation for tactical adaptations that preserved essential objectives, while acknowledging limitations that even absolute power faced when confronting enemies who possessed comparable capabilities, enhanced by different forms of experience and knowledge. The world-cutting slash that ultimately ended his existence was not conventional attack, but rather demonstration of how consciousness that had achieved sufficient understanding of fundamental forces could manipulate reality at levels that exceeded what defensive techniques based on normal understanding of space and time could address through available countermeasures, his elimination representing not failure of individual effort, but rather encounter with capabilities that operated beyond parameters that his theoretical framework had prepared him to anticipate or counter through innovative applications of principles that had previously proven adequate for addressing every challenge his career had presented. The bisection that concluded his participation in active combat was achieved with precision that demonstrated how completely Sukuna's techniques had evolved beyond conventional approaches to elimination of opponents, the King of Curses having developed applications of cursed energy that could affect targets regardless of defensive measures that had been assumed to provide absolute protection against attacks that operated according to normal principles of supernatural combat and spatial manipulation that governed most encounters between beings whose power exceeded ordinary human capabilities. But the satisfaction that characterized his final moments was based not on regret about tactical inadequacy or disappointment about personal limitations, but rather on recognition that he had fought with everything he possessed while remaining faithful to values that had motivated his entire approach to strength and its application in service of others, his death representing completion of purpose, rather than interruption of incomplete development that might have continued indefinitely without achieving resolution of questions that had shaped his understanding of what consciousness owed to collective welfare when blessed with capabilities that exceeded normal human parameters. The reflection on bonds that had sustained him throughout his extraordinary existence was conducted not with sentimentality about relationships that death would terminate, but rather with appreciation for connections that had provided meaning to power that might otherwise have become mere expression of individual superiority rather than foundation. For service that honored, rather than exploited differences in capability that characterized relationships between those whose strength varied according to inherited gifts and personal development that could not be controlled through conscious choice or systematic effort alone. The smile that accompanied his final breath was not expression of resignation or defeat, but rather acknowledgement that his life had achieved purposes that transcended individual survival while providing example that others could follow in, developing their own approaches to responsibility and sacrifice when circumstances demanded choices between personal safety and collective welfare. His death, serving as proof that even the strongest individuals could find completion through service that honored, rather than betrayed, essential humanity that gave meaning to power, regardless of scope or sophistication of capabilities that such power might encompass through continued development and refinement. The legacy that his death represented was not monument to individual achievement, but rather foundation for institutional changes that could address systemic problems through approaches that emphasized cooperation and mutual support rather than reliance upon exceptional individuals whose strength might prove inadequate when facing challenges that exceeded what any single consciousness could address effectively, despite unlimited personal resources or technical capabilities that had been developed through decades of dedicated effort and systematic exploration of possibilities that normal understanding had declared impossible to achieve through human agency alone. The strongest sorcerer had found rest not through abandonment of responsibility, but rather through its complete fulfillment in service of values that would outlast his individual existence, while inspiring others to continue work that his death had interrupted but not ended, his final battle serving as demonstration that even absolute power could be wielded with humility and wisdom, when consciousness that possessed such power remained committed to purposes that transcended personal survival or recognition in favor of contributions that honored rather than exploited, advantages that circumstances and genetics had provided through processes that exceeded individual control, while demanding conscious choice about how such advantages would be used in relationships with others whose welfare depended upon decisions made by those whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations through supernatural gifts that carried obligations as profound as opportunities they created for service or domination. And so we reach the end of all stories, where even the mightiest curses and strongest sorcerers find the peace that eluded them in battle. In the realm beyond technique and power, Gojo's blue eyes finally close. Geto's tormented soul finds forgiveness, and even Sukuna's malevolence dissolves into the cosmic quiet that embraces all things. Death revealed itself not as enemy but as teacher, showing each soul their true measure in final moments. The innocent found their courage, the corrupt discovered their emptiness, and the strong learned that their greatest power lay in choosing when to let go. Rest now, knowing that in every ending lies the seed of new beginning, that every sacrifice nurtures tomorrow's hope, and that even in the darkest Jujutsu world, love ultimately proves stronger than any curse. Let these final breaths guide you toward your own peaceful slumber, where the weight of sorrow transforms into the lightness of dreams, and where all battles finally end in the infinite embrace of eternal rest.